And we're live. Morning thoughts, morning thoughts, morning thoughts. Shout out to the people going out to work this morning. Shout out to the people coming in from work this morning. Extra special big up shout out to the people who work multiple jobs. I have the utmost respect for you. Shout out to my entrepreneurs, my stay-at-home moms and pops, my retirees. Shout out to the drivers. Shout out to the Uber driver, Lyft driver, truck driver, taxi driver, food delivery drivers, round town and long distance truck drivers. Shout out to the crossing guards and the school teachers, law enforcement personnel, medical field personnel, military personnel. Shout out to the lawyers. Shout out to whatever it is you do for a living. Shout out to the chefs in kitchens, secretaries in offices. Shout out to the AC techs. Shout out to the heavy equipment operators, the engineers. Shout out to the barbers in the barbershops and the hairdressers or cosmetologists in the beauty salons and the nail techs. Shout out to for the bankers and the CEOs. Shout out to the man who sweep the street and pick up the garbage. Shout out to every single hardworking person out there. If you get up and you get out to go get yours, then you may talk about productivity and progress. Yes, you're not robbing nobody, you're not stealing from nobody, you work for yours. Shout out to you. Here we are on this beautiful Monday morning. Today is the 9th of February 2026, and we are happy to be here. We had a little hiccup just now before we started, so we lost quite a few people who was waiting in the wings, right? I'm gonna tell you what, go on. I had everything ready to go. It actually takes about 10 minutes to set up the videos before, because I have to put all kinds of information in what this live is going to be about. As you can see this morning, we have quite a few topics. So I'm typing all of that stuff where it's going to be about a good paragraph and a half, 2 paragraphs long. And then we have to send the video to certain places, blah, blah, blah. After I do all that and then get ready to start, I press one button and erase every single thing. I don't know where my streamer went. All I saw was a new icon on my computer screen. So I have to do it all over again. And because I work with 2 computers, I have to do all of that here and then go over to the next computer and do all of that on the next computer. So it take about 10 minutes, and that's why we are here now. But better late than never. All right. I like to explain so everybody understand what is going on. I'm feeling pretty good this morning. Stepped on the scale this morning and I lost 10 pounds. I'm working on losing some weight here. The goal is to lose about 40 pounds. That's my goal. To get me to my ideal weight. Let me see. Yes, to get me to my ideal weight. The goal is to lose about 40 pounds. I want to shed some weight, and trim up and slim up again. So I'm working on that right there. I'm 10 down and I have 30 more to go. But it's working. It's working. So but then I work by myself. Blue Sapphire says, appreciate the effort, SouFlo. Blue Sapphire, big up yourself. This morning, the chat is open to subscribers only. That means it won't only be green names in here. Even though I'm going to shout out my green name people in a minute, it will be other names in here as well. But everybody in is a subscriber to the channel. So we keep it clean and you speak your mind. You don't have to with the platform. All right. Everything we say, we don't run a yes man platform. You can say, SouFlo, me not agree with that. And it's cool. Me and my mother don't agree with everything what she said. Me and my father don't agree with everything what him say. But I still my parents, I still respect them. My brother and my sister, same thing. So we don't have to follow each other and yes man and agree. All right. So what I have to say on each topic that we're gonna discuss this morning. There's some topic here that every time we touch this topic is drama. Every single time. So we're going to touch that topic there again this morning because I had a run-in over the weekend speaking to a couple of people and I was attacked. I was attacked, but I was attacked by people who were behind the walls throwing stones. Nobody would come out and show them face and say, them are fling the stone, But I was really attacked. So I feel like it's time to talk about this topic again. Here's what we have on the board this morning. Hold on, before we do that, let me catch some green name in here and big them up, or big up the first 10 people then that tuned in this morning. So the first person on the board this morning is Patricia Jackson. Patricia Jackson, big up yourself, family. Thank you for being here. And then we have Big O 570. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Simon G. Green name. Big up yourself, Simon G. Norma Jean. Thank you for being here this morning. Miss Golly Robinson, I appreciate you greatly. Lil Red Gucci is in the building with us this morning. Thank you for being here, Lil Red Gucci. Nans Allure is in the building. Nans, big up yourself. Thank you for being here. Donna Davis. Audrey Wright is in the building with us this morning. Audrey, big up yourself. Morning from present teacher Audrey. I always make me laugh with that. Because that's what we say when we go to school at Jamaica. That's true. Roll call and you put up your hand and them say, Junior Smith, and you say, morning, present teacher, present teacher. That's what your comment always remind me of. Top of the morning. Good morning, everyone. S. Diva says, S. Diva, big up yourself. Thank you for being here this morning. Audrey also always says, please hit the thumbs up button as you enter the live. Please, it helps the video to trend on YouTube so that them know that people actually are into the content and, them push the content forward. These kind of things. That's the very reason why some of you won't hit the thumbs up button. But for the good people who always remember to hit it, or sometimes you just forget, is a small reminder. All right, hit the thumbs up button. Yvonne Walford, I appreciate you greatly. Thank you for being here. Joy Barrett, thank you for being here. Appreciate you greatly. Donna Davis is in the building with us this morning. Lovely Aneka. Lovely Aneka is in the building with us this morning. Lovely Aneka is my fellow content creator sister. She is on other platforms as well as YouTube. You can go check out Lovely Aneka, see what she deal with, and then, hit the thumbs up button and like and intertwine, get to know her content and all kind of thing like that. Big Mouth Shabba, big up yourself. Thank you for being here. Elaine Brown 50 is in the building. Thank you for being here. Hoptons, thank you for being here. Anthony Vaz is in the building with us. Says good morning to everyone. Who else there? I'll give about 4 or 5 more names. Delicia Spara is in the building with us this morning. Thank you for being here. And DR is also in the building with us. Thank you for being here. My brother Mervin The Point Jamaica Kerr is in the building with us. Mervin, so every time I see your name, I just can't stop thinking about Jamaica. It's like I need to go now. And now I'm feeling this kind of withdrawal. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I get anxieties when I am away from Jamaica for too long. This is not no over-exaggeration. I know when my battery is being drained, I'm going to need to actually book a ticket, get on a plane, and get up out of here. If it's even for a week, to go recharge. And I'm starting to feel that now. But we're going to talk about all that this morning. You're the Finest is in the building this morning. Big up yourself. Thank you for being here as well. Nisha is in the building with us. Karen Notice is in the building with us. Thank you for being here. Patricia Lewis, Anna Parker, Caribbean Blend, thank you for being here. Christine Garicas, thank you for being here. Valerie Allen, thank you for being here. Coolwick, thank you for being here. All right, we're going to stop right there. So if I didn't call your name, it's because you come late to the class and these kind of things, or your name was just far down on the list. With that said, here is the list that we are working from this morning, and you choose where I start and I shoot. The one day. Me I laugh already because this one is going to be... Oh, before I go further, the people who are asking me for the lawyer's contact. The lawyer's contact is on the video that we did on last Monday. If you look in the comment section, it is pinned as the first comment. At the end of this video or during this video, I will actually write it in and pin it at the top of this channel. All right. And the title of that video was Jamaican Doctor based in USA speaks / Kesnamdi Grammy win with massacre credit / lawyer advice. You could put Jamaican Doctor based in USA speaks SouFLoTV in the YouTube search machine, and YouTube will give you that video. Go to the comment section and it's pinned as the first comment with both Marlon Bennett and Charlotte Edwards, 2 attorneys' numbers. I'm going to say the numbers out loud right now. So grab a pen and write down their number right now. Here is Charlotte's number. Her name is Charlotte Edwards. Her number is 954-643-8600. Quite a few people hit me up this weekend. SouFlo, can you please send the lawyer's number? And I told them about the video. Somebody else, SouFlo, I need the lawyers. One lady said I need the numbers ASAP. So I feel compelled to give you the numbers this morning. Her number again is 954 643-8600, and that is Charlotte Edwards. And her email is info@Charlas Law, SHARLAS law.com. And then Marlon Bennett, his number is 954-908-2700. Again, Marlon Bennett, the other attorney, his number is 954-908-2700. And his email link is marlon@mkab.law, as in Florida, L.com. All right. Wish you all the best in your endeavors. Don't know why you need the number, especially the lady who triggered me was say it's an emergency, like she need the number like right now. So I hope she found it over there. All right. This is what we're working with this morning. There's a story here which I think is pretty uplifting. It's called Chasing Sunshine and Freedom. It's about a Jamaican man who lived outside of Jamaica for the past 60 years, and then he has finally returned to the island of Jamaica. I think it's a nice story that will go right along with Jamaica winning bobsled gold. Can't talk to me, you know. That is what we do. We dominate, right? Jamaicans dominate. Anything them let we know. It's just a matter of time before we start. Don't take my word for it either, and don't think I'm being biased because I'm a Jamaican. Anything we are let into, we end up dominating it. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you this because that's our record. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what profession it is. From a doctor to somebody we're cooking our kitchen, even if it's a dishwasher, we're going to wash the dish them better than anybody else will wash the dish them, clean floor, everything like that. To any profession you could name, once Jamaicans are in it, you better look for them to be at the top, the cream of the crop. That goes without saying. That is just our reputation across the board, which makes me a proud Jamaican all the time. We win bobsled gold, you know. We not get snow in a Jamaica, friend, but we are at the Winter Olympics winning gold. We're going to talk about that in a minute, along with the Chasing Sunshine and Freedom story. We also have the Jamaica justice system exposed. Now, this one is deep. And thanks to Charla, who is an attorney, gave me some help over the weekend by just pointing out certain things to me, like she sent certain information to me pertaining to the case, right? And I looked it over and I thought we have to get into this. On a note, said the politician man, Julian Silvera, that killed his wife, he has now admitted to killing her, Melissa Silvera, so we can now say him kill her, right, without saying allegedly, because him admit to killing her. He's getting away with murder. He's getting away with murder. And more details have come out. Remember last week, Friday, I told you all, I said, I really want to know why the DPP accepted his guilty plea on manslaughter, even though he was tried or charged for murder. And we pointed out to the audience that, you know, there's a significant difference between the two when it comes to sentencing, penalties, punishment, etc. They cut him a sweet deal. Well, the information came out about why him do what him do and how him reached this, and how the DPP actually came about that accepting a plea deal from him on manslaughter. So I want to get into that too. That's one of the topics. All right. The U.S. is laying its law down in the Caribbean still. The U.S. tells the Caribbean countries that there are alternatives to Cuban healthcare program. That is where we're going to start out with that one. There's lots of information behind that. I'm seeing where the U.S. is trying to make sure that every Caribbean island cut ties with Cuba. Very interesting. Very interesting. And of course, Jamaica, it's time to let go of white Jesus. Oh, that one that always cause problem. It's time to let go of white Jesus. I need Denny Sparks and all the rest of the Jesus people to come to the front of the class when we start that conversation right there. All right, that's the one that I got caught up in over the weekend with quite a few people. I said them fling stone off of me, see them stone me, see. But that only made me feel like I need to have this conversation again this morning. All right, it is up to you where I start. You have 60 seconds to choose while I sip my moringa hot tea, and the time starts now. Um, let me see where we're going with this. Nobody now say where we start. We're 12 seconds in and counting. You have 60 seconds to choose. If you don't choose, somebody will choose for you. Jamaica, it's time to let go of white Jesus. That's one. The next one is Jamaica wins gold. The other one is chasing sunshine and freedom or returning to Jamaica. And of course, the Jolly and Silvera case or Jamaica justice system exposed. I see gold, win gold, will gold. One Silvera, SouFLoTV, wife DJ, the white Jesus, something. One to Jamaica win gold. Silvera, Jamaica justice. At just about 12 years old, Errol McCarthy left Jamaica with his sister for Birmingham, England. Now he's 72 years old and he's retired fully. And he has returned home, fulfilling a dream that never left him even after 6 decades abroad. I know some people are going to say, why that long? Him all now, him can't do nothing. 70 in the grand scheme of things really ain't that old, because if the man here live till him 100 years old, him have 30 more full years of living to do and can do a whole lot in them 30 years. Greatness for a lot of people has actually been accomplished also later on in life, not your early stages of life. On top of that, he has accomplished a dream that many of us hold to ourselves as well. Whether he did it at 72 or earlier or later, him do it. He's alive to do it. Enough people pass away around them age, they never got a chance to do it anyways. Died in Uncle Sam country and went home in a coffin. Never got a chance. They died with their dream. Their dream was to go home. Their dream was to build that dream home upon that piece of land or expand on what was given or laid out before them from ancestors from before, grandparents, mother, etc., father, dada, and fix it up and whatever. They never got around to doing it. So he got around to doing it. Reflecting on his decision, McCarthy said it's a blessing to be back home in Jamaica and in good health also. Noting that while many Jamaicans in the diaspora make plans to return to the island of their birth, illness or death often prevents them from making this a reality. We come get stuck in the matrix of these foreign countries, Yes, there's a lot of opportunity here and you can exploit these opportunities and you see a way where you can be financially stable or even get rich. But we often miss the part where we are slaving away and no rest, no dead. And then we are often missing the part about the things that we consume on a daily basis, which all of a sudden now you have beer inflammation in your body, your joints them start get stiff, you start put on whole heap of weight around your visceral organs, all these kind of things, whole heap of fat around your liver and your kidney, and your face start get round and plump up because things where you get to eat daily and drink is not really, good and healthy as it's supposed to be. And then is that coming early, and we don't see it. So he shared that he grew up in Rock Springs in Trelawney, rarely venturing beyond that community. And he enjoyed the simple life. Remember, I left Jamaica a long time, He enjoyed the simple life, the quiet pleasures of growing up in the countryside. He lived with his grandmother and his sister until 1965, when his mother filed for the siblings to move to England. McCarthy said that it was a transition that exposed him to significant culture shock at a very young age. In Jamaica, I would be running up and down, playing, swimming, eating, playing ball, and all the things like that. But in England, it was very difficult. I miss the sunshine. I miss going down to the river and enjoying the beautiful fruits. Everything in England, you have to pay for it. You go to the park, there's no free fruits on no tree. There are no apples, no pears. There's nothing. Kind of like coming here to the United States of America for me. Me's a little country boy from down at Clarendon. Grew up on a nice piece of land. And, you know, we did have a big banana walk, and then we have a cane piece, and then we have a coffee piece. So when me run up and down and play, I used to run wild. I run wild, and I have whole heap of acres for run wild, you know. So you can imagine when I got taken into the US and ended up in a apartment building down in Miami or in Connecticut first. And I went from one apartment building to the next. I remember pulling up to the apartment building. And I said, blouse and skirt, my father's house, big one. Because my father did come get me, you know. Remember, my father asked me, he said, do you want to stay here or you want to go? And I said, I want to stay. And him said, well, truthfully, you don't have a choice. So you have to come. So I left. Didn't have a choice, right? And I remember pulling up to that. We'll land at airport, everything, you're excited, you're there and playing with your little grip and your crep and everything, and you look good. And you think you look good, right? You put on your best and you jump on the plane and you go. And when we get from the airport now, my father, him take limousine and gone somewhere and gone at the yard and them, you know, a car and a big life of friends, limousine. Them time limousine was a big. And then when we pull up, I say, whoa, because I see one big, at night time we pull up in and I see one big building with whole heap of light. And I said, we struck it rich. And when time we come out of the car now and go up to the building and we start see. I didn't know what building was. I'm gonna tell you all right now, I did not know what building was. I was being raised in Clarendon, and you have to understand, so I left as a little youth, and I had never seen a building in Jamaica. The only building I have ever been in was a school trip I went on that I told you all about before. When them car we go down at Oche, I believe it was, our Mobile. One of them places where a big hotel with tourists dining on the top floor, and them a hotel worker, them did I try to turn me in, you know, or something like that. Me don't know, but that's how me feel now. But anyway, that was it. And I never went with numbers on different doors. So I never know. I up to this house. I said, what a rotted piece of house, you know, in my mind. Until we go in and me start see different number on different door. And me said to me, I figured it out quickly. I was like, okay, so I'm in a one of them. I'm in a one of them here where I'm gonna live. And then when we got in there, I said, why a whole heap of we in this little space here? This not gonna work. Well, we went from there to Miami to my mom, because my mom and dad are divorced at the time. And I tell you personal stuff, right? Mom and dad are divorced at this time now. Foreign them come break up, and like so many others. And then boom. Reach a Miami, same thing. In a one little apartment. Me, my brother, my sister, my mother in a 2-bedroom. So my room now have 2 beds in there, because my mother was like, the girl must get her own bed. So my sister have her own bed, me and my brother upon one bed. Right? And then my mother have her room. And that's that. So going from which part media country, out the door all the time, run up and down wild, nobody can tame me. And my grandparents them used to make me run wild. And we run wild, my foot them dirty. When that evening time come before me have to go bathe and eat dinner. So going from that, man, to being locked in apartment was the shock of my life. May I tell you, I think I'm affected by that up to this day. Because up to this day, me yet then I know where the ceiling is low. You know? So I'm like, yeah, I can't do that too long, because I feel like I'm being confined. Kind of thing. It affect me up to this very day. He said in Jamaica, I was running up and down, playing, go down a river. We used to have spring. We used to have river. We used to pick, every tree have fruits. The coffee tree, them loaded with coffee. The sugar cane field, big sugar cane in there. Apple season in, we have the big old them, where we know now to be Tahiti apple or Tahiti apple, whatever them say it. We have the big apple with apple tree loaded. You can't eat off all them apple there. Mango tree round the front. A wheelbarrow we used to full up with mango and wheel it go up a veranda. And the whole family sit down outside. We don't have no internet or them something there. And we are near mango, you know, and mango juice are run down and lick from elbow go all the way up. So and suck mango seed till it dry out and next mango again. You near mango till you run, till your belly run. All these things gone. That was a shocker. That was a shocker. To go from all that to no food not in the house, and she have to budget her money, and I wish she can't afford. My mom taught me to budget. My mother taught me how to buy 20-pound bag of chicken and a bag of rice, and every day is chicken. One day my brother looked at me and said, if I eat one more piece of chicken, bro, me I go start clock. Me I grow feathers. But, you know, we are trying to make mommy feel good because she put in her effort, you know what I'm saying? But we have to, the man said, if me one more piece of chicken, me I go start clock, me I grow feathers. I laughed till I was weak, and we were kids. I would just reach a foreign. I would little, and him younger than me. Curry chicken Monday, brown stew chicken Tuesday, fried chicken Wednesday, chicken soup Thursday, baked chicken Friday, Saturday, I don't know where else, chicken again, something with the chicken again. Sunday, more something with the chicken again. 7 days a week, chicken. And she said, damn, this woman can't feed the whole away on one bag of chicken for the whole week. She used to buy the 20-pound bag of chicken, empty it, parts them out. I said, this is for Monday, this is for Tuesday, this is for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all these things. I say, yo, I want to get me out there, man. I want to get me a car this year. And then we learned that, you know, there was no going back. There was no going back. You're with your parents now. And you have to go stay your son. This is how you're going to grow. And on top of that, outside the house, the culture, that's another culture shock. When we come to picnic, I tell them, Mom, fuck you, Mom. You're a bitch. Oh, I hate you. And, you know, all them someday we're like, I'm telling about the first time I see that in a grocery store. I think it was a Walmart. I was in our Winn-Dixie. This is before me even start work at Winn-Dixie. I was shocked out of my mind. You know? Call your mother a what? You say what to your mother? Me, little picnic, me sit down there, wait for this. You're going to get a backhand and you're going to fly across over. So they're planning your funeral. Something not going to happen. Nothing. I see adults arguing with children and all kind of sitting. Then we go to school, go see picnic, and teach about, and what? And what? I don't give a shit. And we have to learn, man, if you think about it now, for those of us who left young, we are some soldiers. We are some soldiers to have survived. If we don't come out normal now, or somewhat normal, we are some soldiers. To have survived all that. I'm not talking about the people that come here big. You came here big, you are more equipped to have dealt with foreign life. But when time you left your yard, little, in them little age there, and all from birth till then, that's all you were used to. Goodness. And then you reach Yasa. And then you encountered all that. These things, these changes. You know, look outside. Say, not even one tree no have one piece of no fruits, panita or nothing. Then you start realizing, when last me eat a mango? Oh God, you know, say about 2 years now, so we one piece of mango. When last me see a sugar cane? When last me eat piece of cane, like hold a cane and tear with my own teeth and peel a cane. Me not even see cane I sell nowhere. I can't walk down the road and get no box food. When last me see one bulla? When last me get one bulla with piece of pear? When you start like it does something to your children. For those of you who are new to this, and you're gonna drag your picnic them from yard, bring them come here. Please be aware of these things. You might not have came here young, but I tell you, as somebody will come here young, it's a shock to your system that you don't ever get over it. That's why I'm gonna make sure, sir, and that's why I have anxieties now. Like, I love the United States of America, right? Obviously, I've lived here for a long time. I've served in the military here proudly, all these other things. But I get anxieties, like, really, like this. Like, I have to go. I have to leave. Anytime it get, like, way up here, so, That's when I just see a message on this, I'm missing. And some of them who's been following me for a long time, they're like, no live this morning. Damn, no live next morning. I bet you SouFLo up on the road. I bet them there Jamaica. I bet them something. And every time you check where I'm at, Jamaica. Come here, have to go. That thing that I went through as a child stayed with me, and it's still with me to this day. From I was a picnic, I knew that this wasn't my place. And I always also used to think, so one day them going to tell if you leave, them going to tell if you pack up and go home, go back to which part you come from. So I never got comfortable here. I never ever got comfortable here, throw a stone behind me. This is my place, you can bury me here, I'm going to die here. Never ever did. And I came here as a child. So I don't know how I see some big people come here big and them fling big stone behind them. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Morning, SouFLo.
Morning, family. How you doing?
I'm good.
Talk to me now. What go on?
Hey, remember when we got Jamaica last year?
Mm-hmm.
Say it's almost a year already.
And you had not been back in a while, not true?
I remember say over 30 years me did there foreign before me got Jamaica last year.
I mean, I think didn't know say you come from which part me come from.
Right.
Yeah.
But guess what? Next month, March, was when me leave go to Jamaica. And I can't believe say
a year
the year over already.
Yes. Yeah.
Me get ready to go to Philly, go see me daughter, my granddaughter next month. And I said to myself, say, last year this time I did a plan to go to Jamaica. And how fast the year go by.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Are you going back again?
Yes, because I think to myself, say, it seems like it's been a year since I've been away from Jamaica. It's like, now that me go, it's like me want to go again and again and again.
Saying.
Like me no want to wait so many years to go again.
Don't do it.
The same shock where you got through when you did come here, and then same shock me did go through.
I see I'm shocked the whole way got through, my friend.
It's when we go through depression, withdrawal, everything. They never like the food, the snow, like the kids them at school. Me understand them, but them never understand me. It was different.
Remember the first time I see the snow, me lay down and play night. After that, me never want to see it again. As it did. Me I say I saw the place look dreary, no sunshine.
A shorts and t-shirt, me come a foreign in a snow.
In a snow?
Yeah, in a shirt and one t-shirt and one shorts.
So cold bite
to
you.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Cold bite you as soon as you reach.
No, when we get on the plane, I get ready for land. You see white everywhere. And me ask me auntie, what is that? And she tell me say snow.
So them start dress you up in at the airport?
No. They never give me no jacket or nothing or warn me about it.
Then that me say so cold bite you as soon as you reach.
Jeez, SouFLo.
Yeah.
It was different for me. Like, I was rebellious.
Saying.
Even in school, every morning they make you stand up. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. They said me know it, me can't stay it and I'm sleeping on.
But Jamaica
every morning we go to school, we have to stand up and put our hand on our chest and pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
That weighed heavy.
And in my rebellious state at 10 and 11 years old, me I tell the teacher them and the principal them say, I know my flag that. me not stand up, me not bow to no flag away. That's not my flag. At that age, I so rebellious I was.
Yeah, you're being assimilated.
Man.
Yeah.
I actually got reprogrammed to the American system. And I fought against it for a long time as a child. because the parents don't explain certain things to you.
Right.
Them just bring you come, I expect you just to adapt.
Yeah. That's why I said those of us who went through that from child age, we are some soldiers if we survive all that, because looking at this story now and looking back then and all the things that it did to us and all the something we have to deal with as children, that was a lot. That was a lot. That was a lot. I no wonder somehow we got dysfunctional like after we reach here.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can see it now.
And then the American people them who born here, they don't understand why we're behaving the way we're behaving.
Right.
They're looking at us in a negative way, but they're not understanding the background of it is that this child was just brought here and taken away from their culture and everything they know.
Yeah.
And they're just reacting and responding to their new environment.
It's like dropping a cow in a horse stable.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, all this cow I see a beer horse and no other cow.
You put a hog in a living room. What you expect the hog to do?
Yeah. You just out of your element, friend. Why?
SouFlo. Yeah. Nice to talk to you again.
All right, Mari, big up yourself. See it?
Hey, everybody in the chat.
Hey, make sure you reach back a yard sometime soon still, you know.
Well, that's my next plan.
Okay. All right.
From Philly, that's my next plan.
All right. Plan it.
I go to Philly next month, go see me daughter for her birthday and see my granddaughter for the first time. She's 7 months now.
Yeah.
So me no hold her yet or nothing.
All right. Oh gosh. Well, enjoy all that, my friend. Enjoy all that. All right. Big up on
all right.
Manners.
I'm sitting you, baby. She's so pretty.
Yes, they are.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I was watching the video with Shaki when she had show with the night routine. Oh my gosh. She don't get no sleep.
Yet. I haven't watched that video yet. But
Shaki don't get no sleep.
Yeah, she
But she know the routine already. That's some mommy thing.
Around 3 this, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
She have it down now. She understand.
See it.
All right. Take care.
All right. Manners.
Bye.
All right. That's Marie's message 411 TV. If you see her in the chat, hit her name and go subscribe. She's also a fellow content creator sister on YouTube. Go over to her channel and check out her content as well. See? So you see what me I talk about though, say I know me alone is a real thing. You know? He added that he said the change in temperature did not help. Because apart from missing the fruit trees and being able to go down a river and run wild in the countryside and all these things, he landed in the UK when it was winter time. And he added that the change in the temperature did not help, as he was accustomed to warm weather, beautiful sunshine and clear skies in Jamaica. One of the things that beat me all the time is how I can just dive into the beach water Jamaica any hours of the day. Like I told y'all before, when I'm in Jamaica, I make sure I travel with swimming clothes or just drive around in swimming clothes. Because I'm going to find a piece of water to jump off in somewhere. Early in the morning in Jamaica, 6 o'clock in the morning, beach water warm, Beach water is warm. You hit that beach here in Florida, you have nice, pretty beaches in Florida. You try jumping on one of them water there right now. You jump in our fridge. Even if the sun is out, you jump in our fridge. In Jamaica, December, January, heights of winter in places where winter happens. Y'all seen me, I did video vlogs in the water, and I'm saying this is the day after Christmas. We call this Boxing Day. And look how beautiful and serene this place is. Me and my children, them in the water early morning, and this is the day after New Year's Day. We don't have that anywhere else. Them kind of something there. See? The man said England was cold. England was foggy all the time. And there was smoke coming out of the chimneys. In the winter, it was cold and there was a mist and a fog in the environment. And the fog from all the chimneys pushing out all the coal smoke. It wasn't very nice. However, with no other option, McCarthy said that he embraced the cold and he worked to adjust to what his new norm was, like we all did. So after completing school, he worked in factories and later in hospitals before returning to school to become a home care organizer in social services and then moving on to look after the elderly in residential homes. McCarthy met his wife, who is also Jamaican, while he was living in England. Together, he said that they worked and they planned to retire in Jamaica. They're purchasing land in St. Elizabeth to build their home, custom built home. The returning resident said that he retired just before turning 65, while his wife continued to work. On her 60th birthday, the couple decided to spend 5 more years in England before returning to Jamaica permanently. In September of 2025, they made that dream a reality together. It's a blessing to be able to achieve this. It is a milestone in itself because many people die or get sick, have plans, and they are not able to return. Being able to plan it and actually execute it is a very good thing. When I met my wife and she was from here, I knew I wanted to go back home. I decided to put a plan in place and she agreed with it and we worked on it. Here we are, enjoying it together. He noted, however, that the transition has not been ideal. I know people, let me pause that side of the story. I know people that went back to Jamaica, right? And because things never work out fluid like how they have been accustomed to living a foreign. Them run away and left Jamaica and gone back a foreign. They're like, you know what, me I go dead over there. So me know say them I go bury me over there or whatever. Me not going back. So making the transition, especially after being away for all these years, there are things that you're gonna have to get used to, or you're going to run again, right? You're gonna run again. Remember, I never him. It wasn't his choice to leave in the first place. You're a little picnic. He left when like my age, right? 8 years old. Mother filed for you. You don't have a choice. You're gone. He noted, however, that the transition being back to Jamaica has not been ideal, as they arrived in Jamaica a month before the Category 5 Hurricane Melissa devastated St. Elizabeth, the same place which part them Byland and Bill House at, and other parishes in Western Jamaica on October 28th of 2025. He described the storm as terrible, with hours spent cleaning up water that seeped through their windows and doors. Him lucky, see how water seeped through windows and doors. As he could see, many people lost their entire house, or at least the roof gone. He said that we stayed abroad and we watched what was happening in various hurricanes and storms and so forth through YouTube and so on. But to actually be in it, that was something else to see. What happened to the people around you and the fear of losing your home. It was difficult, but you stay strong. You stay committed, and you know it's going to be over soon. He shared that after the storm had passed, they immersed themselves into the community, reaching out to their neighbors who were affected to share barrels of canned goods and dry goods that they had sent to Jamaica to stock their new home when they arrived on the island. You see, that's the next thing. Some people come back and lock up in a them house. I'll give advice like I've done it, right? You want to make sure that, because I tell people this all the time too. I said, the reason why you're scared to go back is because nobody remembers you and you know it. Nobody in your community don't know you and you know it. Go back. Go back, go walk up and down in the community. Walk past a couple of houses and say hi and talk to people. Nobody now gonna bite you, trust me. Talk to people. Like places where I come from, if me walk through the community, me see people where me know the face I know, but me can't remember the name. And they will point and they will say stuff, right? And then they'll be like, you come from down at Miss Ruby. You one of the grand picnic them and me say, yes, Miss Ruby, them my grandparents. And then they'll bust out with like my nickname from a childhood age, and them say, "My God, I saw you get bigger and chopping and stuff." You know, so you have to go back in your place and go familiarize yourself. And then when things are going on in the community, you don't lock up with all your resources, because that's not how we live either. You know, I come from a bartering community. Like, you might have yam and we have banana. We exchange yam for banana. And then you might have goat. We don't have no goat, but we have pig, chicken, and everything else. So when we slaughter animal, so you get what we have. And then when you kill goat, so we get goat for curry and these things, right? So you don't turn into, so you have to understand how the place run. If you go back into the place, it's gonna be a lockup. I have it all and not sharing none person. It's not that they are entitled so much to your things, even though we do have those. But a lot of the times it could come off as, y'all move like you're better than the people them. Now, if you're expecting to live around those people, you want to be a part of your community. Not true? You want to be a part of your community. Well, you said, shame no load, but it broke neck. It's hard to carry. Why? Wait there. Some of these comments, shame no load, but it broke neck. It's hard to carry. Another one says, Jamaica is always nice. Over the years, the thieving politicians make it very difficult for the poor people to live a life of dignity, causing many to do the most dangerous parts to US for opportunity. Facts. All right. He said he shared that after the storm, he emerged, him and his wife emerged themselves in the community, reaching out to their neighbors who were left affected. Obviously, for them house built up strong. So the only thing them get was little water seeping in. Neighbors lost their whole house and lost roof. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Hello, morning.
Good morning, family. How you doing?
I'm good. You good?
Yes, man. I can't complain at all.
How's the family?
Everybody is well. Same for you?
Yeah, man. Same for me. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay.
All
How
right.
the weather treat you done there?
Boy, I kind of chilly, we wasn't expecting all this, but
You forget it, because you're always a boss fan with the cold people then.
yeah, boy, in about 2 more days it hot again, so I don't know nothing. Phone weather cool.
Nah, in a cold, it cowl.
It cowl. Hold on. We can't do the minus at 0 something there.
Master, we carry to Earth and take a trip there.
I tell you.
But then the cold too, so we can't go, you know.
And Jamaica get coldy, but I know this kind of cold that is not.
No man, me here said on the brutal man. When my brethren were down for Canada, the man when them both the Jamaica people too. No.
But that
guy they love exaggerate, and in down and can and tell me say, a 2 blankets, he might sleep on that.
Yeah, but that gone already though. Them hot
no,
again.
Man, this happened on the weekend. I think this was what, Saturday when they complained about. Yeah,
but that gone already. That's what I try to tell you. That the cold now go stay in Jamaica. Jamaica ain't
not going to stay, because once you guys get warm enough further, then naturally Jamaica gone back to warm weather.
Yeah. What you say?
But anyway, yeah, man, when they call in regards to what you're talking about, remember when we just come here in October, and by February, we have to go back to Jamaica. I right out depressed. I couldn't stand it. I don't know how people come here and stay away so long.
I don't know, I can't do it.
It's depressing, and I couldn't. I had to go, and everybody, I said, they will reach back so quick. They wouldn't understand.
Say you run, go back on your yard. When them see we are Jamaica, we look like fugitive. I escaped.
But you talk about that, I just tell something to the agent, I said, then all you look so, you look worse than me with the Jamaican man. What make you look so, you look pop down? They wouldn't understand. I was like a crackhead coming off a crack.
Oh God! You have to adjust, right? You're fretting, fret and worries and adjusting and don't like the food where you get and all kind of something.
Listen, it was a reality check. And then we come and there a certain place. We not used to the place looking like that in Jamaica, no time at all. So, and then it was cold and you have to lock up inside and nobody not talk to you. We not used to them or something there.
No, sir. That part there. When your neighbor them don't even speak to you. Or when you see them, you know, your eye lock your eye with them still won't even speak to you.
Hey, when the girl do it to me, man, me stressed out enough. Come I said, but the girl walked past me, she could even say, man, me stressed right out. Come I said, me not used to that.
Let me tell you what, go on New York, I tell people morning one time, I walk down the street, I talk about good morning, and a brother look at me, and school face me. The man walk up on the side of the wall like, I don't know, like him
somebody. Like you're alien and you can't sorry.
But him do a beeline and come back to me and him say, yo, you know me, son? You know me? I said, the man, I talk like you want to fight. I said, no, I don't know you. He was like, pardon my language. He was like, so the fuck you telling me morning for? Ain't nothing good about the morning, nigga. I was like, damn. So me nobody that's a good morning again to nobody, you know, me get antisocial like everybody else. All me said was good morning. The man said, the fuck you telling me morning for? Ain't nothing good about the morning. You know me? You know me? Wow. All that could just say good morning.
Not true.
Boy.
What do you mean nothing good about the morning? You know, wake up this morning. I want to the man.
Aye. But you know you can't go any further with that because you have to left it
not
right.
True.
So you have to apologize for saying good morning. What a thing. Why?
And after that, every time we go, because Jamaica is my happy place, you know. Anytime I need a break, we just go on and one of my friends said to me, say, you're not sitting here now, you can't go anywhere. So girl, you wouldn't understand. Jamaica is my happy place. There's nowhere like coming back home.
Indeed. Same for me.
Yeah.
Same for me. Same for me.
All the people that were afraid of Jamaica are gone and take a trip. I like how you're always advocating for Jamaica, though.
Yes, because I want my Jamaican people to never forget Jamaica. And some of them, I see them in a foreign, them stress out for real. And I try to remind them, say, the relief for the stress is there. Just go home, you know?
But they don't understand. Not for them cut off them bridge, you know, and that's going there and them.
True, too.
I have a lot of family members who are like that. They have no intention of going back there. They're not interested in going there.
Right.
And it's sad.
That's sad. I know those types too, and it's sad.
You know.
But it won't be me. It won't be me.
Not true.
Yeah,
no. Won't be me either.
At all.
Yeah.
All right, my friend.
Yeah, man. Let's look at
All right, manners.
All right.
Yeah, so the finishing part of this brother's story now, he said that he shared that the storm passed, and like I said before, he said after the storm, you know, people placed mash up around them. Their house was built pretty good, so they went out and immersed themselves in the community and started, because them sending barrels and stuff to stock their house before they had came to Jamaica, so they started sharing those things with their community, make sure so everybody have something to sustain, right? Doing their part. For nearly 4 months, he said that he and his wife were without electricity and internet, but they adapted to it, turning to backyard gardening and yard work just to pass the time. You know, despite it all, the 72-year-old said that he has no regrets at all about returning home to Jamaica. If I don't go to work in England for any reason, if I don't have to work, he said, if I don't have to work, or if I don't have to go back to England, rather, not work, him say, if I don't have to go back to England for any reason, I don't want to go back. And he was smiling, saying that. I just love the people here, the culture, the food, certain freedoms, just moving up and down, talking to people openly. That is what he missed most about Jamaica, and now he's able to do it in this age, right? I tell you this story because this is my wish also. I don't think I'm going to wait till I'm like 72 though to go back. You know, them say, you make plans, but gotta laugh because your plans probably not go so. So, but me I ask the Most High if he work with me I'll make sure it don't take me that long to do it, but it is definitely in my intentions to do. I saw somebody left a comment that said, okay, SouFlo, I guess that means that you're coming back now too. And I said, yes, I've always said that. That's in my plans to come back. But me want to make sure so when we reach back at Jamaica, the things I have in mind for myself there, I have to set up yourself, you know. You can't left Jamaica with nothing and come back with nothing. I'm not selling anybody a fantasy. Jamaica is not one time gone like it used to be. You know, let's be honest and for real. Jamaica kind of expensive. If you live down a country and you have family land that is well farmed upon these kind of things, it might be able to break some of the expenses. If you go back to house that's already established, it might be able to break some of the expenses. But if you are somebody who is going to go back to Jamaica and say you have to go either buy, purchase, rent, or bill, and then on top of that, everything you have to go pay for when you need it, Jamaica is not a cheap place to live anymore. And that's for real. So the goal is to set yourself up properly. Like, you know, when you reach, you have certain things in place. And that way you're not balling from regrets. I don't know what them talk about come back there and suffer me. I go back a foreign year. You don't turn into one of those. I want my story to be just like his, just at a younger age, where I can say, I have no regrets. I come back, I love the place, I have no regrets. That way. All right? Yeah. What you say? SD was say, you know, kind of expensive. It's expensive. Yeah, Jamaica expensive, man. Maybe because, I want to say maybe it's because I'm doing tourist things when I'm there, but not really. Me do tourist things, yes, but the way how say 1,000 US just run through my finger them when we're there in Jamaica. Sometimes you pull out the money, you know, and by the time you say, all right, let me give this a person this, and then let me buy some of this, carry the house, go cook, and then, you know, next thing you look on the money and you say, but after when me there in Florida, 1,000 US don't go that fast. My budget is better than this. Full up the tank of gas. And I don't know if it's the gas that's expensive or coming out really count the money me spend it. But by the time you turn around, it done. And there you go. You're looking for the next 1,000 to spend again. I said, God, you know? But yeah, it's expensive for real. So you have to set up yourself before you go if you want to live a quality life. You know what I mean? Whereas I can move back to Jamaica and live off 15,000 a week. FIFA done 15,000 what? I can't 15,000 Jamaican you talk about. I'm gonna just pull this up real quick. We're gonna go on to the next topic. 50. How much is 15,000 Jamaican dollars in US dollars?
15,000 Jamaican dollars equals 95 United States dollars and 97 cents.
You might be able to do it. You might be able to do it if you don't have no responsibilities. People don't say can live off of 15,000, which is 95 a week. That's if you don't have any responsibilities and you're a single person. You probably can do it. Because that's about how much minimum wage is in Jamaica for the persons who work and get paid at minimum wage. And about that them get per week, right? Or a little bit more than that. I think it's like $99 now. $4 more than that. And them make it work. Although I don't know nobody in Jamaica will work minimum wage, one minimum wage job alone, and that sustain them in a place where they have bills to pay, light bill, transportation, food, rent or mortgage or anything like that. They're usually people who live with other people. Yeah. Where's that? The sad part, he may have to return for health care. That part. You're the finest, when you say you're the finest, you say 1,000 run through my hands in a foreign. Fast. But the thing is, you can make it back. 1,000 run through your hand fast a foreign, but the thing is, and that is what keeps us trapped here. And that keep enough of we trapped here enough. Because when you look on your bills them here, and you say, all right, I just pay out about $5,000 this month, but by next month you make that back. If you're living in Jamaica, you know, you cut ties with the foreigner, you don't have the income they're coming in foreign dollars. But then again, you have them expenses the same way. How you gonna survive? How you gonna survive? Where said 100 a week? Here that gas. That is gas because that's exactly it costs $95 to fill my truck tank. Yeah, we drive one big SUV, it costs $95 to fill up the truck. So that's somebody's whole salary in Jamaica for the whole week. What is the average living expense in Jamaica? I would not know. There are different levels. There are different levels to living expenses. Some people live a bit higher than others, I would say, as far as it depends on what you have to do. If you have rent to pay or something, compared to somebody who's still living in a grandma them house, even though grandma passed away and gone, the house is still there, the land is still there, them a pay the taxes on the land, them good in the house. The only thing them have to keep on do is upkeep the house as necessary and, you know, pay a light bill because you live there and thing like that. So your regular living expenses, that their average cost of living is going to be way higher. I mean, way lower than somebody who live at town and they're in the hustle and bustle and them have to rent an apartment and them have to, so it all depends on what your life is in Jamaica. All depends on what your life is. Where's that? A bus you gonna take no or bicycle. Now drive no car, but no $95 a week. Cause gas alone. And gas is expensive in Jamaica. Yeah. All right. This part of the story. So my Jamaican people be encouraged, yeah? Be encouraged. When they are foreign, we know the people in place. Let's be real honest. Again, this is not ours. Foreign none of you. Foreign none of me. It's not yours, no matter how you try to make it be yours. I see other Jamaicans come here. Some of y'all have mental issues. Come, I see you come here and then advocate for others to not come here. I don't know how, like you want to run inside and close the door back at you because you alone must reach a foreign. Somehow no weird, but it's not yours. And no matter how you try to make this yours, it will never be yours. We have seen now, more than ever before, that they can actually wake up one day under new leadership. I will make it happen in no words in our way. I live a Yankee. Beer, Uber Eats, etc. I won't need that. You have to stop. You have to stop about beer, Uber Eats. Yeah, I live large. Yeah, but we've seen now. It happened right in front of it. All it takes is one government to come in who is not like the others before, and next thing you know, everybody afraid. Because right now, all citizens afraid, you know. This man here talk about denaturalization, and he has invented a whole department and stocked it with persons who their only job in a theme government is to denaturalize people, which means going way back as how many years and checking through all your paperwork to see if one little mistake did then yank your citizenship and send you go to your yard. I keep telling people about the lady who got her citizenship, and I think she is 60 something now, and them just deport her because she did file taxes when she had her green card, and she did lie on her taxes and get a little extra money. I think tell one of her friend to put one of her pick them on her tax and them split the money when time it comes. So she filed for more dependents than she actually had. Well, them go back and them find it and them bring it to her attention, and she ended up getting deported. Them yank her citizenship for that. It's happening. So the only peace of mind you really ever have is knowing that you're good at your yard. You see the people them where know that they're good, which part them come from. Notice they're not as worried as those who haven't been back in a long time, don't invest back home, don't know nobody, and nobody don't know them back home. And them worried, like worried sick right now. Like, oh damn, I hope nothing to reach me. But the rest of people who them good on either side, they're like, listen, me I'm a criminal, so me not have nothing to worry about. And I don't think there's anything in my past. I pretty much know there's nothing in my past they could dig up that would make them want to send me back. However, you never know how this play out. You know what I mean? They might just decide to make up something for you, and next thing you know, you're on the other side of the border looking in. You need to make sure so you're good. One place them can't throw me out of is Jamaica. Them, if you don't like me, you figure not like me when I'm there, but you can't fling me out of it. One place them cannot throw you out of is the land that you were born on. Them can't fling you out of it. From a day so your neighbor train cut, as me as a Jamaican, them can't throw me out of it. And that is my security. Me knowing, so me good, a yard. Right? So I'm just encouraging you this morning to make sure so you're good in your place. All right. Yeah, that's a federal offense or crime. Yeah, I know it is. But the fact that they're going that far back is what I'm talking about. I don't say it's a crime, you know. It's the fact that they're going that far back. And if you want to be real honest, a whole heap of people do a little bandul or something here and there way back when. Now, they must be threatened. Let me tell you something. Be for real. You know, so one time passport never so high-tech like they are now, you know. You know, so people used to literally lift out people identity out of passport, put in for them like a picture, jump on plane and fly come to America. In this America, yeah. Some of them run off by other people papers, get in their country, and then now when you look on them today, they are full citizens. If them are people that start go back, way back, like they said they're doing and digging, don't bother feel like say everybody is comfortable, friend. A lot of people right now worried. They might not say it, but they worried. Some people don't do the thing back in the day, but you know, I've changed my life. I'm living for the Lord and all these other things holier than thou art. And yeah, and then your past come catch up with you. A little time when you did tell your sister, say, give me 2 I picnic them put on for missing thing, no coming on, no picnic, and you have 6. And she said, all right, go on with them. And then when the little money come, we split the little money. I go like, I don't know how the thing work already. And then see it, then boom, come back, come catch you. What, 15 years later? Nobody wasn't expecting that. Nobody never did expect that. Them pull a card with no say wrong, but it is a card them pull, right? So some people are going to get caught up in it. Before this, remember, you know, the man, yeah, uncle 1 year him in already, you know, and so we still have 3 of this figure, you know. Him not start kick up rumpus yet, you know. Him not start kick up dust yet, you know. And on the see what go on already. So either them all get him out before, or a whole heap more dust are going to kick up. Just brace yourself. Brace yourself. All right. What you said, Donna Thompson? That wasn't Donna Thompson. That is somebody else. Elaine Turner. Elaine says, I have 2 different countries to reside in. As long as I'm happy and I have good health care, I'm fine. And Donna Thompson says, remember what bro God said, not because your birth certificate. Yo. Well, you have to go fight that out with Andrew. Andrew can't throw me out of Jamaica. Remember when the election was on and the Prime Minister said, that's what she said, remember when Brogard said, not because your birth certificate said you're born in Jamaica means that you is a Jamaican. So we might get dashed out. Jesus Christ. Hey, when him said that, you know, the whole of we was flustered. You want to see whole of we next day. We came right here. We were like, play that again. So that means that they can't fling you out of Jamaica. We're good, man. We're good. Just go on and make sure so you're good in your place here. Okay. Moving right along. I got cussed out for this over the weekend. It was not a friendly thing. There was a brother on Instagram who was some kind of message. He said something about what we're going to need to do to change the mindset of some of the people, them, you know, the bring down type of people, them. What we are going to do to change their mindset, because really and truly is a few. It's not the majority, but it's a few. And the few cause the problem them and these things. Now me jump up and say, one of the biggest mistakes that we have made and continue to make, because them over there talk about church. One woman said start with the church, right? More church needed in Jamaica, and the church needs to get more active. A white Jesus, we are going on. We have reached the segment where we are about to talk about white Jesus. And me, SouFlo, call this a party at Jamaica. It's time to let white Jesus go. Let white Jesus go. All right? So them said the church needs to play a bigger part and all these things. And I said, no, it don't. The church no need to play no bigger part. Until the church in Jamaica starts to tell the people them, say, walk with me now. Until the church, since you're going to have church, and you can't fight out the church them, you join the church, but you join the church in a way where it have to be black philosophy, black curriculum, black upliftment for a nation of people that is predominantly black. You can't have a church system where you are focusing on a white man being your God. That is a big mistake that we made. And we continue to make that mistake, and we continue to reap the troubles that come with that mistake, right? Now, the first thing that a lot of people who are in church are going to say to me is, it doesn't matter what Jesus was as a person, if he was white or black or Indian or whatever. And the only person I hear usually say that is a black Christian, usually say that. You notice white people now go say that because they already know that you have been given an image of them in a them image, right? So you grow up thinking that God Almighty look like them. And then the verses that say something about you are created in his image and likeness. No wonder why we don't see God in each other. Because when time we get them picture here of who God is, and then we look upon our brother and we sister, we not see the resemblance. So we start to tell ourselves, well, you know, we were not created in God's image and likeness. Them people, they are God people. Whether you say it out your mouth or not, your brain is thinking it. All right? It is lodged in your subconscious. Your brain are think it. And you grow up thinking that they are superior to you. That is what happens. Everybody knows this picture right here. Let me move this comment here off of the board. So the people them cuss me on IG over the weekend. I didn't have time to type out no long nothing. Every Jamaican know that picture here. So no need to stop lying to yourself. Call your church pastor, tell him to come to the front of the line, because SouFlo talk now to the church them and the church leaders them and the church people them in a Jamaica. A full time we wake up. All right, this is an awakening moment. Everyone will know that picture here. See that? The whole of we know that picture here. Tell me say a lie, me I tell. Tell me say a lie, me I tell no? If you are Jamaican, you know this picture right here. I want somebody brave enough to call me this morning and say a lie. If you are Jamaican, you know that picture here right here, so. This here. This is who you were told is your almighty God. This is who you were told is your Lord and Savior. This is who you were told gave his life on the cross for you. This is who you were told if you don't worship him and give your life to him, you will burn in eternal damnation in hell. This year. This is the same picture where my granny, Miss Ruby, right so, did have on our house wall. And I went down to Jamaica for a vacation, and she wasn't there because she was up here visiting, and me left and go yard. And when we reaching at the house, you see, we take down the picture and carry go put it down in our next part of the house, turn it around so me not have to look at it. And when my grandmother, because we were crossing paths, she came in the day before I was leaving. right? And when my grandmother walked in at the house, and she realized that this picture was not in her living room anymore. So my granny, I know, me a point to right that's all. My grandfather there. When she realized the picture wasn't hanging on our living room wall, when me say, hey grandma, you reach, my grandmother say, then who take down me Jesus off of the wall? And me say, and me take it down. And she said, no, man, put it back up, no. Put it back up there. I need my Jesus on the wall. He has sustained me. He has carried me through. And so she that go on, you know. She didn't just say, put it back up on the wall when you have some time or anything. He has sustained me. He has carried me through. Granny said everything what happened in our life good was because of that man here. See him there? Look on him good. And look on me granny. All right? Live on the air with SouFlo. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
My good, my brother. How you doing this morning?
All right. Just come for 1 second. That's our Mona Lisa picture.
Mm-hmm.
We all know that picture. Every room it used to be in. That's what our parents print in our mind. So as we come in the house, that's what we see.
So
sometimes we didn't even see any pictures of our great ancestors or even our grandfather or grandmother.
right.
But that picture has to be in every house.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a picture.
Right.
So we cherish those pictures more than we cherish our own moments, our own family also. So it's riveting in us to believe that that's Jesus and that's God. Right now, if them do a video and put a different person in that video for Jesus and it's not that picture we used to, in our mind, we're going to be upset not knowing that we're programmed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Jerome, here's the thing. Every time I say to Jamaicans who are Christians, right, I say it's time to let go of the white Jesus. Hear them to me over the weekend by IG. Idiot boy. Whoever, what church in Jamaica ever tell you say Jesus was a white man, you lie. Remember, you know, me go to church at Jamaica, you know. Matter of fact, me go to church more than anybody else because the church is right across the street from my house. And my granny them used to feel like the church was 7 days a week. And when them couldn't have church in the church, they used to come have it in my living room. So see it there. Right? See it there. So when them quick to tell me about stop lying, nobody ever tell you say Jesus was, they didn't have to tell us. They had this picture everywhere. This. You see symbols and pictures and these are the things that run the world, not necessarily words. You know what I'm saying? That's why when I see certain sign I want to talk about, yo, a Freemasonry sign that, you know, yo, the Illuminati sign that, you know, yo, the this sign that, you know, because signs and symbols run the world, friend, and pictures.
And if it's not that picture, they have another one where Jesus around the table with the 12 disciples at feast. You know that one too?
Yes. And not one of them look like you or any of us.
Yeah.
All right. So
we're programmed, and that's why and some people, that's why today they always talk highly of white people.
Yes.
And our own, and I'm not being racist, we're just speaking facts. We're programmed, if you're an American or if you have a high color or if you're a snowflake, we praise you and we look highly of you.
Right.
Because our mind, in our minds, Flo, remember, before I go, just like your kids, when them just start go school, them give them flashcards and they just flash it across them face and keep on doing it. And that's how they start spelling words and they have a good memory. And it's like a billboard. It's advertisement. That's a promotion of how, they want us to perceive God or Jesus.
Right. Absolutely.
Anything in your face constantly, you're going to automatically believe it.
Absolutely.
Anyway, big up yourself. Hopefully they stay for the program.
And run. If them cuss is okay. If them stay and cuss is okay. Let it all out. Let it all out. But don't run.
And we want somebody to call in and push back, because this is not an echo chamber. We welcome one and all.
All
So
right,
somebody call in and debate SouFlo. Big up yourself, Flo.
Manners, brother, manners.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I don't like though, is that they will type, right? Me not care what you say. Am I Jesus that? Or they'll say stuff like, boy, stop lying. Nobody ever tell you said Jesus was white. We don't believe in Jesus having a color. Jesus is a spirit. Our God is a spirit. And they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. And so when time me ask them, say, so me want to see how you nail a spirit to a cross. Because me ask them, me say, oh, so Jesus is the God. Jesus is your God, right? Them say, yes. Me say, all right. Me say, so Jesus is a spirit. Your God is not a real person, he's a spirit, right? Them say, yes. Me say, but your God died for your sins, right? And was nailed to the cross. Them say, yes. So me say, okay, then show me how you nail a spirit to the cross. Come on, see it. Live on the air with SouFlo. Good morning.
Good morning, SouFlo.
Morning, family. How you doing?
Okay, yeah. I just wanna say something. I grew up as Adventist, Seventh-day Adventist, and we were taught that the picture that they depict as Jesus being white, this is the white man did that. But we were taught that Jesus, a part of the Bible, refer to Jesus as having coarse hair like wool. So they determined that Jesus was a black man, and this is all the white man's mentality to try and intimidate people to think that Jesus is white. A lot of people fall for it, but we were taught as Adventists that no, that's not the case. So I never believed that Jesus was white. I know this was what the white man intended. But I know a lot of other churches, they do still believe in it. So I appreciate you for bringing this to light.
All right, my friend.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And the Adventists, them now going to get to it, because me I go check with some real Adventists, because me never hear no Adventist say that yet. Right there, so. Say Jesus was a black man. And that me want them to say, but me never hear them say that yet. Live on the air with SouFlo. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, how
Good
you doing?
morning. Good morning, SouFlo. How you doing?
I'm good, family. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. Are you live?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I have you live and I could hear you talking to someone else.
Because you're listening on 2 devices. So you need to turn down what you're watching us on so you can hear us talking to you.
All righty. Okay, and I move apart. I'm still hearing echo. You could hear me clearly?
Yes, loud and clear.
All righty. You're talking about the white Jesus? Okay, I had put in my comment. Let me take you off a speaker. I had put in my comment if you know the name of that white Jesus. Do you know his name?
No, I don't care to know his name either, because he's not Jesus.
All righty. The name of that man is Cesare Borgia. His father was Alexander VI.
Yeah, we don't want to know
Pope of Rome.
And how are you going to connect his history to what we're saying? Because I don't want to know film history.
All righty then.
I'm not running you. I want to know from Christians from Caribbean diaspora who keep on saying that this is their God and they are melanated people. I want to know why you believe that this is your God. I don't want to know the history. We know the history.
Well, that's not their God, and they accept it because we weren't allowed to read. But if you go to Revelation,
but we've been allowed to read for a long time now, sister.
I know.
Yes.
I know.
But the church keep on pushing the same image today.
Well, they have to, because if the truth ever come out, well, World War III is on the brink anyway. So if the truth ever come out, the church will get closed down.
Okay.
So this is why they were told to sell us this lie.
all these big churches in the US, CDJ, Creflo Dollar, all of them, they have to tote the line, especially when they need one bank loan. Because you see, we don't own anything. They're running things right now.
So our church leaders who keep on pushing this right here, they are being deceptive and dishonest, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
1000%.
All right.
This is why God said that his judgment will start in the house of God. It's those pastors.
No, I will not cut you off again.
Going to heaven.
No, I will not cut you off again. No, I want you to tell them now who this man is.
Okay, that man, his name is Cesare Borgia. In the 14th century, that they call the Renaissance period, they whitewashed our arts. All the arts are black. All the angels black. Yeshua the Christ is black. Everything is black. Our God is black, but they change it to white when they came into power. All right, and I have pictures. And what happened? He's the son of Pope Alexander VI of Rome. Pope Alexander and Pope Nisan are the one who wrote the edict to start the slave trade, the African slave trade, where they went to Africa and they brought us here in the US as slaves. And what happened? They just whitewashed angels white, Jesus white. That same picture that Jerome was saying with the 12 disciples all white. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. And like I said, they told the pastors them that if you ever said that God is black, we will shut your church down. You won't be able to get any loan. The same thing with tithes. Tithes is not money. Tithes is crop and your corn and your oil. And you pay it every 3 years, not every Sunday. It's a bloody lie from the pit of hell. But they have to continue this lie, because if you read your Bible, God said that a set of people will get on top of us because we disobey God. We are the real Jays, and by Jays, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
All right, our inheritance, our culture, our tongue, everything we do was stolen from us because we disobey God. This is the curse that he mentioned in Deuteronomy 28, from the 16th chapter right down to 68 is the curse, and we're still under the curse. Right now, what we're going through under Trump, that's in the book of Daniel. All right, and if you listen, well, the church is not telling you anything, because it tells you on the 7th day to observe the Sabbath. We should be in classes, Sabbath classes. And by Sabbath classes, it's not Adventist, because the religion is bullshit. There's no mention of religion in the Bible. Methodist, Adventist, Jehovah's Witness, Lutheran, all of these bullshit. All of them were made by white men, so-called white men. They change who we are. They enslave us, they change us, and they rename us. And whatever country they took us to, they tell us we're the country. You're not Jamaican. You are from the tribe of Benjamin. Benjamin is the last son of Jacob. All right? This sister talking to you right now is from the tribe of Zebulun. Zebulun are the ones them in Central America. The Mexicans are Issachar. Issachar is another son of Jacob. We are liars. They're telling us lies. It's all lies. And if we don't open our eyes, we're not going to know what time and season we're in. And that's what Issachar used to tell us. But the Mexicans are too busy making the sign of the cross and bowing down to Cesar Borgia. They don't know anything. And this is due to slavery. They are putting us together to fight each other. When you look at Puerto Ricans, they are telling you plain, nah, me no Puerto Rican, me no black, and all this nonsense. The black and
no,
brown.
papi, I know black, I Dominican, I Spanish.
Even the Cubans right there in Florida, they are a part of the 12th tribe, but due to slavery and how they have us, all that fair skin came from them raping us. So the color get lighter and lighter and lighter. We can go from black to white or black to clear. You can't go clear to black. You can't. I have pictures, so many pictures and documents and everything. None of it is being preached in the church because, like I said, they don't dare open their mouth. I remember a famous servant of God, a bishop. He wanted a loan, and the loan officer told him, said that, what do you want it for? And he said, we want it for a school to continue to preach the word of God and do different things. And then the loan officer told him, well, if you're going to preach, you have to say that Jesus is white. You and different things. You have to tell your people them that tithes is money. And they just lay out what you have to say. And so in order for them to build their church, they went along with what Esau told them. By the way, white man, like Trump and the rest of them, Biden, Clinton, all of them, they are Esau. We are Jacob. You want to know why they are named like that? Go back in the book of Genesis. In chapter 22, start from verse 25. When the two babies were struggling in Rachel's body, and she went to God to inquire why the struggle. And God told her that there's two different nations. God never focused on the twins. That's where we stop, the buck stop there. We are two different nations, two different people. If you read in the book of Malachi, and if the book of Amos, you start, I think, from chapter 1, go right down to the third verse. God specifically tell you, Jacob I love, but Esau I hate. They are the most ethnic group here on the face of the earth that God hates them. And that's the people God put in our ass to push us, because God is tired of waiting of us to unify. That's our problem so far. We are not united.
All right, so I'm going to cut you short.
Okay.
I'm going to cut you short, but I'm going to say this. Our greatest strength is in our unity.
Right.
And our biggest punishment is because we cannot unite.
Right.
Right. And there has been many things done to make sure that that unity never comes about.
Exactly.
Got it loud and clear. I'm going to give somebody else a chance to call in. And I thank you. I thank you for being patient when I said, don't tell me about that. You didn't just hang up. You hung in there.
No, it's okay, SouFLo.
I appreciate you for that. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you. I'll go back and listen.
All right, my friend.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And thank you. You see that comment on the screen? And many more comments I wanted to put up, But the comment up on the screen is specifically why we're having this conversation right here. You know that every time I see a white guy with long hair, I tell him that he looks like Jesus. That right there. Because you already have been told that Jesus is your God. So now every time you see a white man with long hair, when you look on him and tell him, say, look on the comment on the screen. Me never make it up. And that person that put it there. This is admitting that this is exactly what it was made to do. The image was made to do just that. Just that right there with up on the screen right there. So your mind already set that they are God's people, not you. That they are closer to God than you are. This is the reason why today, if I dig up the truth and me stay up all night and find the truth and come give to you, you still can get, I'm telling you. But if one of them ever come in front of you and repeat the same truth, you're like, yes, it's gospel. That's the truth. Live on the air with SouFlo. Good morning.
Hey, morning, SouFlo. What are you going?
Me there in the family. Me not cut you off neither, but me need somebody said they were trying to call in before, and Denise said she was trying to call in before, but Denise call is not coming through for some reason. So Denise, keep on calling. Eventually your call will come through. Where else, brother?
Yeah, top. I need to call and say Jesus black. Mm-hmm. Jesus black or white? White.
When is?
All right. The Bible.
Okay, first of all, stop. Are you a Christian?
I'm not a Christian, but I read the Bible from front to back. I know the Bible from front to back.
May I ask you if you're a Christian? Yes or no?
I have to be Christian, SouFlo. A lot of people.
Brother, what working? All right.
A Christian is. I'm going to explain what Christian is. A Christian is a person who follow the Bible.
A Christian is a person who follow Christ.
Yes, and Christ not the Bible.
And Christ not the Bible. Okay.
Come from the Bible.
Okay. So, are you a Christian?
Yeah, I believe in Christ.
So when you go around and say one bag of something for yes or no, simple question that. Ask me if me a Batman. Ask me if me is a Batman. Ask me right now. SouFlo, are you a Batman? The answer is no. It is unequivocally no. So, and if I was, I would have said yes. So
because it's not a clear answer.
Yes or no is clear, brother. So just answer me yes or no, man. And then you can say everything what you want to say.
The thing is SouFlo, you answer the question you ask.
Me not understand the question me ask. So now me not have no sense before this conversation even start.
When you ask me if I'm a Christian now. Although a Christ, when I believe not, I live the life I call myself a Christian. But I believe in a Christian way. I'm a Christian, you understand that?
Brother, you're a Christian. Yes, you're a Christian.
Okay, what's that? What's that?
You're a Christian.
All right. The Bible, okay, I'm go ahead. The Bible never suggests black or white. So
the Bible did not suggest black or white, but the Bible gave a clear description of what that individual is. So
exactly.
Old Testament said, hair of wool with skin of burnt copper. Now, when you look on copper, which part one penny there? When you look on copper is already dark brown. Me take copper and burn it, and it turned black, not rotted. So that means that Jesus was a dark-skinned black man according to that the Bible. No. With him hair like wool.
A brass them saying a copper.
That's a new Bible, man. Hair of wool with skin of burnt copper. Old Bible.
Which Bible you talk about?
The Bible where in my granny them house when I read one time me that grow up. And that never left me. Hair of wool
the King
with
James
skin
Bible?
of burnt copper. Me no remember which version.
Well,
but we not going to argue Bible verse neither. Hair of wool with skin of burnt copper. Me see one next Bible one time where it's saying that the Bible something else about feet are like unto fine brass and all these other descriptions in there. But I want to tell us that hair of wool and skin of burnt copper. Copper is already dark brown. And if you burn it, it turns black. like the people them of the Nile black, like the darkest set of people them in Africa black. I saw copper look after you burn it.
Well, to tell the truth, I'm going to call it black or white. I'm going to call it man. I'm not saying black and white, hombre. Because what happened, the people in the Middle East, the first people on earth, it was of dark complexion. But it wasn't like black or we created the name black. So it was a sort of dark complexion.
The first people on earth was it from Ethiopia. Science says already.
Okay.
Listen, bro. Listen. Don't beat around the thing. Okay? Don't beat around the thing. Hear me out. It don't matter. Listen to me.
When I work in Ethiopia.
Listen to me good now. It doesn't matter to me if you are Christian or not. What matters to me is the ideology that has been put into our heads as black people, that this is our Lord and Savior and God, and this is who we're supposed to spend our lives worshiping. And look at this image right here, and I'm telling you the psychological effects of thinking that this right yasso is God Almighty to people who are melanated. And me I say a time for we let go off of this. So if you come here today and you say to me that you're Christian, but you not look Pangan as black or white or, and you start give me some vague description of, I want to tell you this though, right? You see him as an image, because if him did exist one time on earth, him did come in a human form. And if him came in a human form and he was nailed to the cross, I couldn't spirit them nailed to the cross. It was had to have been a person. Now, every person that I know walk earth belongs to a certain ethnic group or ethnicity. So, which part did Jesus where you follow come from or look like the people them where him come from? You see where I'm going with this?
Okay. Please don't misunderstand the concept of things. In the beginning time.
Right. Come preach about you're straight from what me I talk about.
No.
Tell me how
you want me to say Jesus was a black man.
No, I don't care if you say he was a black man or a white man. I want to know, because you already made it clear that in your mind him no have no color.
In no color.
So me want to know which man exists that me want to know which man ever exists when I have no color.
You know, understand that's not so flow. What I'm trying to make it know say is the white man, every other race come from evolution as the world grow over time. People spread out over the world and then pigment change. They here change some reason. God.
Okay, we don't care about that though. That does not describe Jesus.
Get concept of that.
Listen. All right. Listen. I will forever be who I am, right?
I don't belong to the white man or Indian man because the black man is superior. The black man is not superior.
You see, you notice what you keep on saying, bro? You keep on saying, I want you to say. Me keep on I tell you, say, me no want you say nothing more than what you want to say. But where you are say, me I put in my piece along the way because I have to guide this conversation. I don't want to hear doctrine. I want you to tell me who you think the man look like, as in descriptive characteristics of individuals who exist today. That's it.
Okay.
For instance, let me guide you some more. For instance, if you look at me right now, I will forever look like this. Snap a picture of me like this and leave it here for the next 10,000 years. 10,000 years when them come and see that picture there. Nobody is going to say, well, over time, people moved from this to the west and then things changed and people got lighter and darker and then this happened and evolution and that I will always be this. So I mean this. SouFLoTV 10,000 years ago was a black man. He did look like this. See me here. So, me don't want to hear the doctrine where you preach kind of, in the conversation I'm trying to have with you. You get it?
Okay, so tell me the point where I'm making the whole thing.
John Star, you know what I'm getting, man. If Jesus walked the earth, bro, now try one more time. Because I love you, you're my brother. If Jesus walked the earth, he walked the earth as a man. There's no man on earth who walked this earth that does not belong to an ethnic or some ethnicity. His descriptive characteristics made up does not belong to a group of people who exist on earth. You want to call it a race or something like that. So may I ask you where you think him is? Because is he this guy? Because you say you're a Christian. So is he this guy to you, or is there a different image of him in your mind then? For you're a Christian, brother, you go to church and this thing hang over your head. This. Mm-hmm. So we don't want to go to church and then close your eye and try to ignore this. And this hang up in the church, This. Mm-hmm. And if you not hang up in the church, you hang up somewhere else. Every Jamaican house I ever went in growing up, this did in there.
Yeah.
All right. So that is where we have to stop lying to ourselves first and admit that first. See, I true SouFlo. That picture they did in my granny house for true too. That picture they did in my mother house too for true too. So from a little them used to tell me, say, Jesus, that for true, and Jesus is my Lord and Savior, and him will give with life to and bow down and pray to throw to whole life. Come on, the honest man, the 100% honest man. Nobody go around the thing with this, run your so and then go this so and carry me through banana walk and down in a coffee piece. What is he to you, bro?
The picture where you show.
No, what is he to you? What is he to you? As in, how him look to you?
He look like a one white man.
In your mind, Me not talk about the picture me just show you, Me I talk about the God that you serve and pray to. What him look like to you?
The God that me serve don't have a face, but the description of him. But he's not a white man, and he's like, me don't put no race to him.
So why are you as a black man then? My next question would be, why are you as a black man then so afraid to see God in your own image and likeness when white people clearly show you said they're not afraid to show you God in their image and likeness?
Because me's not the white man. The white man want rule the world.
But didn't it say you were created in his image and likeness?
That it mean, no. I'm not trying to talk, but you want me to talk. When God said creating you an image and likeness, it means saying have an eye like we, have a nose like we, and have a mouth like we. It's like we have a hand, 5 fingers. That mean.
So that's you just described a human.
Yes.
Okay, so if he was a human, what was he? Bro, you run around in a circle. That thing I confuse you. Make somebody else call you.
Because you want me to call and say him is not a white man. I'm going to say not a white man.
Stop saying this because nothing. I'm giving you ample time to say. May I ask you one simple question? What is he to you? You say the God where you serve don't have nothing. Then you say something about image and likeness mean him have face, him have nose, him have. So if him have face, nose, and all that, and him is a human, him belong to one group.
The thing is, they are a tribe.
You see,
a nation, and a partner. You want to conversate with the sofa from another side.
You don't have to say it, bro. You don't have to say it. It's okay because enough of we can't say it. It took me years to be able to say it too. May I show you the levels of the brainwashing and how it make us and then can't accept and say certain things.
I agree with that, but the lady call a while enough.
Right now in your mind, you feel like my soul I got burn in eternal damnation if me say anything outside of.
I never say you just a white man. I never say I'm a white man. We get brainwashed just by the white man.
You're still not. Let me answer one next call real quick. Call me back though.
All right.
Live on the air with SouFlo. Good morning.
SouFlo.
Yeah, family. What go on?
Greetings. You gonna say, brother?
Manners and respect. What go on?
All we can say to you today, the snow is going to melt in New York today.
Alright, sir.
That's it.
Manners and respect, family. We are blazing a little fire, you know? All right. All right. God bless this gentleman and his wife, made his own image, mean we have his character and likeness. God is a spirit, and the crucified Christ back as a spirit. God is a spirit. after he was crucified, Christ back as a spirit that ascended in your heaven to be their father. The Bible says Jesus was a Jew. Let me tell you something. I still remember the indoctrination. I still remember asking questions and being told, how dare you? As if your soul will burn in eternal damnation for even ask the question there. So, you know, the indoctrination was deep, and a lot of people are fearful of this piece of truth right here. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Right now, a preacher somewhere I said, you hear the one SouFLo? Blasphemy! Blasphemy! And your hair I go stand up on your body, you go free. I've been there. I'm telling you, I've been there. Talk to it,
cool down. Hallelujah. Cool down. Thank you, Jesus.
I saw.
When me and when picnic, we just go, you know, outside the house and start praying. The food all picnics doing. Take up the old big piece of the yellow yam and dumpling. Say, Jesus, that we are prayer work to church. God, your word, Jesus, your word, take yam. You see, if you ain't take that piece of yam there, I tell you, say, pick it back and open and move where it comes from. Type one bird, when play and catch that. We don't know how it go. Then that the time when you come back to know, you know, just think of when you know, when you think, you know, when you get educated and start understand and come to realization, not from a pastor, but just start think out of the box. But they say when you're at work, you're not to talk politics, religion, and money. They almost get themselves in a trouble, but tell one home girl to go up in her mama. It came up quickly, and you know, you dive into the topic. So I say, if Jesus should have a physical color, features, or anything, it has to be black. Because the Bible told you where the Old Testament tell you where you just spoke a while ago. And I said, yes, he has to be black. The white man got up out of his seat and said, yes, I agree with you, the statement that I joined in and said. The girl jumped up and said, Jesus, I don't know, black man, a white man, because she wanted to fit into their group and be friends with them. She said that, and she heard what the white man said to me. So I look at her with a dirty piece of eye, and I was like, look at you too. You're unintelligent, corrupted.
All right.
You don't something mind you be.
All right, Carla. We're going to rein the scene. All right.
Rein the scene again.
We can't talk this all day about people who have said and where we think.
But for me,
them and where we think
for me,
But
Jesus,
but the conversation
it's black.
Okay,
physical.
That is where I wanted this to go, and
yes,
that's that.
Exactly.
Then,
so pinpoint
right.
that.
So
That's it for me. Nearly down, Mr. Tell me quickly. Then he's black.
Okay, and as a black woman who feels that you're Jesus, you believe in a Jesus, and you say, but he's a black man, right? And you tell your children, them say, he's a black man also. Good. You're not afraid to see your God in your image as you are. That means
exactly
right. Okay. Good. I want to free up the line.
Yes,
because that way
he's in me in him, because he said if he's in a whole like this, that it have to be in a me. All right, go on.
All right. Keep the calls coming. I'll know me not hear Denise calling. The line obviously is busy at times, but then there's a break, and when the break happen, you don't call, and then like no, there's a break, and you keep saying I'm calling SouFLo, but you're not answering. But me, I answer everybody else for call except for you. So either you call the wrong number or you're calling when somebody else is on the line. If you all notice, when somebody is on the line and I hear the boop, boop, we're going until me cut it off, that's somebody else trying to call in. So nobody calls in when nobody calls in, and then when one somebody call in, everybody will try calling with the one somebody will try calling. The line is clear. I'm listening. I'm going to give it 60 seconds. And if nobody calls, I'll continue. Let's start right now. Read some comments in the meantime. This is pitiful. I see that some of my beloved Jamaicans are just as ignorant as some of my Americans, the Judites and the Benjamites, just brainwashed. Roland Richards said this caller always have a story. All right, live on the air with SouFlo. Good morning.
Hey, Flo, yeah. I'm
All
a
right,
Seventh-day Adventist, and I always hear that Jesus was a Jew and is a Jew. And we know the color of Jewish people and what they look like.
All right, so check this out. When you were in Jamaica, right, Jerome?
Yeah.
And you were being raised as a Seventh-day Adventist, which is a Christian divination, right?
Yes.
And you were told that Jesus is a Jew.
Yeah.
You were also made to believe that Jesus was a white man. That's a Jew. And you thought growing up that whites are Jews. So nobody come now that you're a grown man and say, we were always taught that Jesus was a Jew. And then, because you never know when you grow up, because no church not tell we when we grow up at Jamaica say, you are Jewish, you. Because a Christian church, them have you in. So it would have defeat them purpose to tell us say, you are Jew, Jewish, true Jew, or anything like that in a Christian church. Because you wouldn't wonder why I'm not in a synagogue then, or why I'm not in, why are we not reading from the Torah then, or we are reading from the Bible if we are true Jews. So them never tell you that like that. You see the confusion here?
So I'm going to show you how damaging
no
this
church
is.
ever told anybody in Jamaica that Jesus is a black man. That is me a turn up on that.
I'll show you something, Flo, how damaging this is. I have some people who have my work along with for years now, and they're Jews. And now when them pick out me eye and I rob me, and me always they tell myself say them innocent just because we were taught that Jewish people is the most godliest and so on. So you see, even the guy where
they taught
you just talk to,
they taught you.
Go ahead.
They taught you that they were the chosen people, correct?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So even when they're doing wrong, I'm telling you, real life story, you know. Even when me see these people when we work along with, do me wrong, and me have the evidence and so on. My friends and family with all this time, I say me and my loyalty. But me show you sometimes because you're so programmed to believe that, you know, these people are innocent and they're the chosen one. You give them the benefit of the doubt all the time, all when you have the proof.
Kind of like the comment that the person left, and I left it on the screen for a good couple of minutes because I wanted everybody to see it. The comment that said, Ratty, that's true enough, because every time I see one white man we have long hair, I tell him say him look like Jesus. You see that? That is telling you exactly why may I have this conversation right here. Because that is exactly what it was designed to do. It was designed so you hear what you are said to? So every time you look upon them, you're going to associate them with God Almighty. Either them are chosen or the white man, they look just like Jesus. And remember, you know, Jesus is your God, right? So, man, they were made in his image and likeness, just looking like him or everything. If we had it feed people, in would have didn't make we look like them too.
All right, I'm show you, Flo. You're the guy where you always call and he try to pick your brain. You know who I'm talking. The one you were just talking to, and he's like pulling teeth.
Hold on, Jerome. Give me 1 second. What?
Yeah.
Show us something.
Yeah, man. Go and do your thing. Well, people, while Flo go do whatever he's doing, the gentleman he was talking to earlier, and the gentleman failed to admit what Flo is saying is because in his mind, he's programmed because they used to say, do not call the Lord's name in vain. So because, you know, and do not question God Almighty. So people have been bred to believe that. So because of that, when Flo asks him the guy to say certain things, he chooses not to because he feels him will do something wrong. So even though the Bible tells us that there was Adam and Eve and they only have two sons, Cain and Abel, and, you know, Cain killed Abel and run away where he find his wife. Even those words is in the Bible. If you question some people, they don't want to talk about it. They think that you're doing something wrong. You know, if you question anything about God, you're doing something wrong. If you call the Lord name in vain, thunder go roll and strike you, and all these things. So we've been programmed that way. Flow, you back?
Me back. Me just enjoy your talk, so. Enjoy your talk. Thank you for holding space, Jerome.
No,
My
man. Big up
co-host.
yourself. All right. We're going back in our chat.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
Yo. All right, so listen, I'm showing books, but books are written by men too, right? Okay. So when I say everything when you get out of one book is 100 and you must believe nothing else. That's farthest from what we are trying to bring across here, right? But my point again is this. I want us to understand the ramifications and what this has caused for us. Our inability to love each other. You don't notice that we are the only community of people. You see? Where tear down we own, this is one I can't even to show up on here. So. This one is called Without Sanctuary. Go on, it's funny that they sell it too, and it's expensive too. Go on Amazon books and find Without Sanctuary. And if you look like this. Anyway, our inability to love each other, right? And be connected with each other. When I notice that is our community weakness. When black men pass other black men, we screw face them naturally. We either screw face them naturally or we look like they're not there and keep going. When our community is so, we're quick to hurt our own, and we are very non-forgiving of our own. Give you an example. This is the same reason why you spend most of your money with others and not in your own community. Straight up. You will find excuses. I'll be going to black businesses, but when I go there, they have bad attitude. They be acting like they're not supposed to be happy to take my money because I'm here, I'm spending my money with you. But when you go out, other people and them, we have a code 7 on all 4 and them start watch you with the camera and them start walk around back of you. See if you shoplift anything or anything. You'll even go tell your friends, yo, they were walking around behind me in the store like I was about to steal something. But you go right back to their store again. You go right back. You go spend your money again. Them laugh after you when you come in there. You still go spend your money again. It's the same reason why our fashion designers, FUBU, for us, by us. It gets no more us than that. Could design shoes, clothes, bags, everything. And we'll laugh at it. You wear FUBU, that old shit. Nobody wear no FUBU no more. But you will wear whatever those names are from now till kingdom come. Because you have fit them name on it. The damage that it has done to us, you have to understand as a child, you don't know how to explain certain things, right? So when things are planted in your brain as a child, like you're going to tell a child, say, bow down every night and make sure you pray and pray to God Almighty. And Jesus is God. And then you have images like this around. You don't have to say to that child, Jesus is a white man, my little black child. You just have to have the image around. And the child will grow up knowing that that's Jesus. And mama said that Jesus is God Almighty and take all my prayers to Jesus, right? So when that starts to happen in their mind from a young age, right? As they get older, you're going to be in a place of inferiority. Every time you see them, you're going to think they're better than us. I bet they rich. I bet they got money. I bet for them ice cooler. You know, I bet their whites whiter. I bet they're strong and powerful and we're weak in their presence. I bet they're way better than us. I bet you if you marry one of them, life will be perfect. Because they're perfect people. These are all the things that you're going to be thinking, right? If you run track and field and you go up on a field with them, no matter how big you are and strong you are, first thing you look and say, man, this is going to be a hard race. Because I know they got all the stuff to train right. He's probably going to beat me. All when you can't run left them. Yeah, they're perfect. Because you were told about that image and likeness stuff. I mean, I try to tell me Jamaican people, and especially these leaders, that none of you have ever told the people. So back to the conversation that started this. The brother was doing what can we do in Jamaica to start a shift in the consciousness of our people? And I said, let's start with the churches. Bunch of people say, yes, the church have to get more involved in the community. And I said, no, not until the churches are ready to start truly telling the people who they are. Because if they're going to keep on pushing that you and your black ass must bow down to a white man, they're only going to perpetuate. And listen, this not have nothing to do with racism, because there is nobody who is white out there who is telling their children and their people, you must bow down to a black man. None of them are giving their children a picture of a black man and saying, this is God, right? Any White House you go in, and all my white friends could attest to this too. There's nothing wrong with seeing God in your own image and likeness. That is my point, right? You have never walked into a white church. You've never walked into a white church and seen this image. Never. You've never walked into anybody's house that is Caucasian and seen this image. Never. But you've certainly you've never walked into any of them houses and see this image. You know why? Because they know the importance of imagery. And they would never hang this in their house and then say that they're Christians and tell their children, pray to Jesus, everything's going to be okay. And their children say, Mama, who's that on the wall? And they said, that's a picture of Jesus, baby. In essence, they would be saying, you notice me never said Jesus is a black man, because you don't have to say it. You don't have to say it. You put a picture up, you tell them, pray to Jesus. Jesus will heal all your sins, save you from iniquities and save your life and all that. And the kid says, who's that? Put one in the church. Put one in the house. These are two places you're bound to take them, or they're bound to go, the church and the house. Wake up every day, you see him on the wall in the house. That's the indoctrination. You wake up every day, you see him on the wall in your house. Then take you to church, and you see the same picture again, and the same white Jesus again. And them I tell you, say you're going to burn in eternal damnation. You must believe, and you must turn your life over to this guy and all this. And that's all you've ever seen. So by the time you get old enough, you don't want to hear nobody tell you nothing else. Because all you remember is when Miss Ruby said me I'm going to burn in eternal damnation. No, can't tell me nothing else after that. Do you know how hard it is to strip that from your mental? Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Good morning, SouFLo.
Good morning, family. How you doing?
Good. First time caller.
Mm-hmm.
I just had to call this morning because your topic gave me flashbacks. The first beating I ever got is one day I went to Sunday school, and the teacher said, teaching us about Moses, and the teacher said, you know, he's black but comely, and he's supposed to be Jesus' great-grandfather, right? So me go home now, Sunday evening, me there at the dinner table, and me look on that same picture where you are shown. I'm going to say to my grandmother, if Jesus' grandfather is black, who that guy on the wall? And I get a box.
Them box
off on the chair.
Yeah.
From that day forward.
That is how deep the indoctrination is. They will beat you about it and beat it into you. We will even cut off our family members, like close family member, and our mother don't talk to daughter no more. father neglect
Who you
son, son
telling?
gone left. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, at 16 years old, I decided to become a Rastafarian because of the duality and the duplicity of the reality. Like, I just could not believe that these people who I loved very much and who treated me very well, trust me, that they actually believed that guy, that's who they want to see when they die. That's not who I want to see. Nope, we're not doing that. We are not leaving this planet and going to no pearly gates to see that.
Listen.
Okay? So the fact is, this program is so important because to me, you know, people say the root of all evil is money, but the root of all evil is not money. The root of all evil is not knowing yourself. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
And accepting it.
Right.
And accepting who you are.
Right.
Period. Me know, suppose if people say, God was made in my image, what if I said to you, well, then God must be a woman, a black woman?
Right.
Yo, that nearly my mother, when I said that, she could not accept that I would even conceive to think of God outside of a male entity. We are the only race of people who do not worship a deity in our image.
Exactly.
And that's why we suffer so.
Exactly.
So I'm so glad you had this conversation because I'm like, yo, that just brought me back to when I was the first meeting I ever get as a kid. And my grandmother apologized to me later on. I said, you know, because we never used to get meeting. She said, the reason I did that is you can't talk them things out loud, Des. You cannot say that out loud. And I was like, yeah. So sometimes the truth is like a sword. People can't deal with it. And those people, that man that called before, that was going all around the bush with you, he's internally damaged. He cannot see himself.
He can't.
As anything other than a subject. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you for having this conversation.
All right. I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing too.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. I see that already, man. I see my own sister catch box for that. Read it. She said, I'm not reading it. Bye. Box her face. Read the Bible verse. She said, I'm not reading it. She never said nothing. She just stopped. She not read it. Bye. Box her face again. So they will even abuse their own. Abuse. When it comes to, that is how deep the brainwashing is. That is how deep the indoctrination is. You were indoctrinated. That's why you can't let go of it. Even me, myself, when me talk and hear me say, Jesus Christ. And then me say, oh God, you know, like, somewhere in my mind, I'm like, you're taking the Lord's name in vain. And you're going to burn in hell. And so that's why one morning when, I forgot, what's her name, who I'm waiting to call in, if she's around, she's probably at work, Denise. When Denise was like, I hope y'all are ready to meet Jesus Christ in person because you're taking the Lord's name in vain so often, you know, why don't you say some other name? And really take offense to you saying it, you know. It's just the indoctrination and the level of the indoctrination. It puts so much fear in you that you don't want to even hear anything else. But me telling you this, a people who cannot see themselves as God is in them and God is like them is a people who will never be able to love themselves in a godly way. May I say it again? A people who cannot see themselves as people who God dwells in and who God looks like them will never be able to love themselves in a godly way. Black man pull a gun out, shoot him, knocks black man down real easy. Boom! He turned the gun on a white man, and then he said to himself, shit, they're going to give me the death penalty for that. I ain't shooting that white boy. Or they'll run with the gun and get shot in the back. Can't turn it upon white, you know. In the back of your mind, that's God's people. And then when you get locked in prison and you doing 30, 40, 50 years for killing your brother, you pray, Jesus, please take me out of this. But the Jesus you're praying to is a white man. Right. The same image that you were taught to pray to your whole life. You know what I'm saying? So, people who cannot see God in their own image and likeness is a set of people who will never be able to love themselves in a godly way. Yeah, man, one time gone, right? When I'm growing and learning, I go through like a Rasta thing. And I just remember I am more drawn to Rasta than anything, because even the way how we greet each other, you know what I'm saying? The way how we greet each other was greetings king. Right away. Not wagwan dog. Dog, you know? Dog. Woo! And then our women start calling themselves bitches. I'm a bad bitch. Far as me remember, a bitch was a female dog we used to run through the neighborhood, and all the other dog them, the male dog them, used to jump on her and fuck her. And then our titty them swing low because she's had so many children. And she used to have many children, many little puppies from any one of the male dog them in our community. We never even did know which one of the daddy for them. We used to actually look on them and say, that one, that I think that little here is for Mas Zaki them bull we have around there, you know, in German Shepherd. Cause look, the picnic them look like him, don't you know, sister, I see something happening in a real life to it. Same thing happening in a real life to we, you know. We went from kings and queens, because that's how we was greeting each other. You know what I mean? It used to be king. We used to even say my lord. Royal terms we used to use. When we talk about our brethren, son them, the little youth them, we used to say, so the little prince are doing at school, am I right? Yeah, man, if you put him on the football team, you know, can him look like him have potential to do some football too. Yeah, and him smart. I can tell say him smart because him share a conversation, you know, and uplift through conversation and refer to your brethren, children, them, as him little princess and him little prince. And him woman was him queen, or him empress, and him mother was him queen, and them kind of something there. And now, I'm a dog, that you know. Yeah, man, I'm a dog. Yo, tonight, me, I'm a dog. Them I go out with 4 bad bitches, yo. And grown-ass man talking about, I'm heading to the crib. Baby, live in a crib. Baby, live in a crib. Baby, live in a crib. You grown as hell. I'm heading to the crib. You're not going to your house, where you govern, where you pay bills and you lead. Y'all go to your crib. Right. I'm telling you, man, this shit what they have us under, I could go on and on forever, but just know that it starts with the image there. And it's time for us to let that image go. Anytime black people are talk to me, you see anytime them say Jesus, now give you a joke. You know the Church of the Latter-day Saints people, them are go around in this part of Florida, and you have some Jehovah's Witness too. So I see some little youth ring the doorbell one day, bing, 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 bing. And I look out and I see them, and I had some extra minutes, so I stepped out. I usually just ignore them, or me just shout through the door or through the intercom something. I don't want anything, you know what I'm saying? But that day I had conversation, I had time. So I went out. I was like, what's up? Like 2 or 3 of them. Can we talk to you today about Jesus Christ and his love for you? I said, this is my reply. I said, absolutely, after you admit to me that he's a black man. You know what they said? All right. But can we just leave these with you? And try to give me one pamphlet what them did have. Conversation done, you know. Because that's all me say. Me say, of course, you can talk to me about Jesus' love for me and all these things right after you admit that he's a black man. It was some white young men. They weren't willing to accept that Jesus was a black man. So why you want to preach to me as a black man now? Say Jesus, and then me if you accept a white image where somebody will look like you know. What are you coming to my door to do? To save my soul? Because I'm the black heathen that's locked in my house and I need you to come through my community and ring my bell. The Spirit led you here to save my soul. Yo, we're gone so till we don't even realize how far we're gone. We're gone. We're gone. And it starts with that image. Yeah, it starts with that image there. That image got to go. I'm out. All the churches in Jamaica and the leaders in Jamaica, most of them are black. And congregation that is 99.9% black. In most places, 100% black. Stop telling the people that their God is a white man. And you don't have to say it out loud. Your God is a white man. That's not what me I talk about. Tell them about the image them when I show you in that video here. Because all of them have it in them house. And you have it in the church. So when you say that name, their mind refer to that image. That's where it starts. When we start to see God in us and see us made in God's image and likeness, we will start to behave like a godly people and we will start to treat each other like a godly set of people. Otherwise, the destruction not gonna stop. So don't look for no solution to our destructions that are happening until we fix that. So if the church wants to be involved more in the community, the church are gonna stop. I forgot stop though that same old that it's always been doing. Cause nothing worse than when the youth them get up and wake up and reach a certain age and find out say a bare folly and fallacy and foolishness you've been to teach them. Then they wrath. Yeah, me not got no bumbuckler church, dog. Fuck pastor about church. Roadman say. Because you've been lying to them. How you gonna lie to me my whole life and then when I grow up and get older and I find out the truth, you want me still come sit down in front of you and still hear you tell you see I'm lying to them. And you're not willing to change the narrative and say, you know, say, I want to run the ratted youth them out of church. Because you not preach nothing for them upliftment. Live on the air with SouFLo, good morning.
Yeah, SouFLo, me again.
All right, my brother, talk to me.
Me hear the people must say, hard for me say, the white man and not God.
I want somebody say, 1 and 2 somebody said that, man, but not can't argue with nobody about that.
I'm not argue with somebody twist my word and say you brainwash and no. Me, love me. I'm gonna have to respect the white man as a God for love me. I love me as a black man because I understand the Bible. Is that what I say?
Yeah, that's good, but my conversation is not about your love for you.
Mm-hmm.
You keep on missing. You call back and you miss again. My conversation is not about your love for you.
Mm-hmm.
My conversation is about this image.
It's wrong.
And those who were brought up as Christians, who are melanated people, are black people then, and what they believe about that image. That's what my conversation about. Not about your love for you and what somebody say about you. A whole heap of people are gonna say something about me, and me not have no time to answer the whole of them.
Okay.
We just have my message to deliver.
Yeah, what you say about the image of the church, answer it right. You right. Them wrong. Them should never have the white man up in the church. The kids them grow up and say the white man is up here more than them. That's wrong. I agree with you with that.
That's how I want you. That's what I wanted to hear some kind of understanding from you along these lines. You understand?
I never disagree with you.
You never make it plain say you agree with me neither, bro.
Oh, I should say it first then. Okay, I agree with you. The image when I'm brainwashing our brain, I hate ruin we self-esteem as a people who feel as if we are not nothing. Because Jesus is a white man, so that means that we are not nothing. Because the greatest man in the world who created me a white. So we are not nothing for true. That's how we treat each other. So you're right.
You see the correlation as to how we treat each other and how we live, right? Because we can't see God in ourselves, right?
Yeah, you're right 100%.
And that them reasoning that I talk about. And anything else you want to say after that, you can say.
Yeah, but after that, I'm going to tell us, say, Jesus is not black or white. Jesus is for everybody. When the Bible says make your own image, it means say a man. And he explained in the Bible, you're not going to talk about that now. He explained in the Bible, say, with the 5 fingers, and he explained the part there. You know, that kind of image. You have 2 foot, you have 2 hands, you have 10 fingers, 10 toes.
God of the Israelites is for everybody.
Yes.
Okay, well, he can be for everybody and still be a black man.
Yes.
Okay.
No. But what am I gonna say? the word black man not exists.
Right. Now we're gonna go into what black means and the origin of the word black.
It's just evolution. It's just evolution. But people start choosing names for people. But we don't look on God as white or black or Indian or Jewish.
That means that you don't look by yourself as a black man either, right?
Eh?
You don't look by yourself either as a black man either, right?
No, I look by myself as a man on earth. And the only person who do the wrong thing are the white man then.
Okay,
white man,
listen.
White man, they mash up the world with this segregation.
Listen though. Yeah. To put things into proper context without going into a history class. Come can go into a history class and start tell you how Africa's original name is not Africa, Jamaica's original name is not Jamaica. We can go way back on all that. I know that we come to do today. So all a play on semantics. Today, in today's society, what is being used is what we're working with for this conversation's sake.
Okay.
So anybody look by you today, they're gonna say you is a black man.
Yeah.
Whether you want to get go into history and talk about what black men means and where it come from and Dead Sea Scrolls and way back what that different. But where everybody are gonna look by you today, because that's how we talk today. The language of today is what we're speaking in. Marcus Magazaya Gabi said, we talk to the people them in our language where them speak today, that them understand today. And if you can't do it, it is better not to speak. It's like speaking Spanish in front of a group of all English-speaking people. You're done with a great message and nobody understand that one rotted word where you just said to them. So we not do too much run when we talk. And it doesn't mean that we are not aware of where the word black came from, what it means, and its original, and all that. But I know that we are dealing with. Just to get the point across today, we're using today's language because everybody present today.
It's so from that's a question, right?
Yeah.
Suppose every race have a kid now, and then the adults then pass away. But the baby then find a way to come around and can communicate with each other, right? And then a group of dark-skinned black man go on corner and say, I saw Jesus look and pray a black face. What if he said that to the white skin, little baby grow up with them?
I don't care. Why should I care? Listen, it is not my... Look on this, brother. Do you think... Not even do you think. When white people made sure that they put out and enforced a picture of a white man as Jesus, you think them did not think about what you think it's going to do to the little black kids and brown kids when they are growing up and they see this and they think that this is Almighty God? Do you think they thought that?
No.
They sure the frick did. But they absolutely hold on, they sure the hell did. And they absolutely wanted you to think that they are closer to Almighty God than you are because they were made in his image and likeness. I mean, don't care how you want to interpret image and likeness. Today, that's how we interpret image and likeness. If I say Boy, you little youth, are you twin that you know my youth? A little youth and making your image and likeness youth. Anybody I go walk away and say, SouFLoTV means him little youth look just like him. So, for you, if you ask me that now about what me think that I go do to any other, they are free to see God the way they see God. That's what me I try to tell you. Them free to see God how them free to see God, but we must see God how we are. And until we're able to do that, and we keep on see God in any other way, and in everybody else except for we will always treat everybody else better than how we treat we. Don't you see that's how we live? Don't you see that's how we live? Don't you see we treat everybody else better with more respect and everything than we do our own? That's because we see God everywhere else in everybody else except for us first, or in our own image and likeness.
Yeah, but it's so many calling SouFlo, we just not call to talk and make things right, to make give people a different perspective of things, and not just look for it as one dimensional how you put it.
It's all good, man.
See. Huh?
It's all good. Conversation, because conversation, we learn and teach through conversation, not true?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, our righteousness will deal with. And not because the white man you used to slave with. That means if we get the chance, we're going to say, watch me, I don't know. Because we become just as them.
Yeah, but I got a conversation this morning, though. So, yeah.
I understand. Yeah. I understand. But I say that would mean, when I call, maybe I try to make the things right. When I talk about government, I talk about topic alone, I try to show you and then go back to the topic. So it makes more sense. Once I said, the surface conversation of what the white man say, and we must change it now, put this here black and make them know say black and paint black everywhere in the world now. The jail say black for the white man, the kid them can't insecure it. So I'm gonna talk righteousness. I'm gonna say,
bro,
God for everybody.
You can say God for everybody all you want to. First of all, right? If you want to be real and be honest, right? Mm-hmm. Your interpretation of who God is to you and your religion. I'm speaking specifically of the Christian religion because the Christian religion is the dominant religion over the island of Jamaica. That's the basis of this conversation. See? So, or over the Caribbean region then, or over the Americas then, the Christian religion is the dominant religion. So that's why I speak to that. But you must also remember, say, your ideology, your idea of who God is globally, a lot of people don't resonate with your idea of who God is, and them come and live life and live longer than you too, and probably live all more healthier than you too, and they are protected by whatever or whoever they see God in as well. You know what I'm saying? So when you talk about God, you must first understand, rein it back into a religion and how that particular religion sees and defines who God is. Now, since we were indoctrinated under Christianity, and we were taught a certain way of who God is, and we were given an image with this religion, may I try to tell we say a time for Lego off of that. Me no business where white people want to, bro. White people, again, I'm going to say it, they're free to see God in however they want to see God. But you are also free to see, and no matter how you say God for everybody, it is important to still see God the way how you are in your likeness and your image. And that is for your upliftment.
I understand what you're saying.
See?
No. I understand what you're saying, man. I disagree with you with a show brother aspect of things. I know it's wrong for the white man up in the church that make it grow black people grow up and feel as if we are just dog and animals. Because the white man Jesus was white. And I mean, so I don't disagree with you. Remember, I show a bigger aspect of the thing, but people might come and say, oh, you can't just say it, you know. I'm not afraid to say nothing. They can't tell us straight. It's nothing wrong to do that.
While we do that conversation here, we're not blaming no white man, you know. We're not blaming no white man. White man make him image and put it out there in the world, right? Him enforce it at certain points in history, but for a long time, white man not do nothing. Black people see him one take your image, go put you up in a freedom church, see him way, you know. and I lead them congregation to believe that this is God Almighty, same way, you know. Me never see no white man come a Clarendon yet come give with them picture there. My granny have that picture there up in our house from me born till she passed away. You know what I'm saying? So, so it has nothing to do with white man, because knowledge is there for everybody as well. You heard?
And then brainwash with do. Remember, so where the slaves
we can't keep on leaning on that crutch though. Because we have known for the longest what the history is. Now it's been time to come up from under certain spells.
I agree.
You know what I mean? So how long we are going to stay there upon the crutch them and talk about, you know, but we were slaves at once, you know, and 400 years more from now, you know, but we were slaves at once, you know, 400 more years, you know, we have to come up off of that. We have to come up off of that. You know what I mean? We already know what was done. Now make we stop do it. You see that book, yeah? You see this? You see the Willie Lynch theory? If you read the Willie Lynch theory, you will realize that something was set, a plan was set in motion, right? That's why I try to draw you into this. I never see a white man come a Clarendon come do any of this. It was perpetuated by the same black people. And if you read the Willie Lynch theory, there's a part in it where it says, when this is set in place, we don't even have to touch this anymore. For generations to come, they will continue doing this to their offsprings, to their grands and great-grand and great-great-grand and great-great-great-great-grand. And that's exactly what we've been doing. It was actually written out, sit down and write out, and we are living that. So may I say, once we figure out, boom, and that one, come up off of that. Stop. Yeah.
The reason why we blame the white man them are because them cage we, they isolate we, and then they make people grow up ignorant and illiterate. So what we do, we could know what we know.
That's something else, man. That's something else. But then we've been given the go-ahead to get... You have Charlotte in here. Charlotte, a big attorney. And Charlotte get the same 24 hours in a day than everybody else. You got other people in here who are super successful and very intelligent in the same audience as we sit here right now. You know what I mean? We have to come up off the crutches. If somebody like Charlotte had sat around and said, well, you know, my people, them at one point we weren't allowed to read, and you know, them used to all kill we if we did them catch you with a book, you know, and stuff like that. She would have never aspired to actually go to law school, make it through law school, graduate, tech bar, become a certified attorney, open our own practice, all these things. Just like everybody else, we have to come up off of the crutches, bro. Me not even want to talk about what them did do. Because we can go further back in our history and tell you about the Moors and other great black nations and what them did do too.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm not something so far. So in terms of people right now have the white picture and then how I say that Jesus that strong.
Of course. Right now as we speak. And you know, bro, listen, last year, right, I had the same conversation right here upon SouFLoTV, right? And the brother is in Canada. And the brother called in and him says, SouFLoTV, tell because my church this, my church that. And I said, if he's here, please call in. I said, Mr. Bro, I said, listen, you go church? Him said, every Sunday. Mr. You go church every Sunday? Good. The next time you go into your church, right, please just look around. And him said, all right, I go look around. And you said the next time him call me after that Sunday there, him say, right just up on a live video, SouFLo. You know, so it's been there all along, and I just never really look and paid attention to it. The same image in a church, up high, big. Him say, you know what? It depend on it's on a. Him say it there in a multicolor. You know them glass there will have multicolors.
No.
Yeah, him say it's in there in that image, and it's huge in the church. And me never see it until this conversation. So I'm telling you again, bro. It in a them house. It them have a flyer of it tucked between the Bible pages where them read, and them have to read them scriptures every night. It under them bed. It everywhere. It's just what you've been taught your whole life, and you feel like it's right.
We need to start mentally and physically paint over the picture, even to look like we them. And I say.
Yes.
We say black, but just comfortable with esteem wise, paint it over now. bent over, you know, because it damaging, because right now in America,
you have to say Jesus is black in my book, because here what the Bible describe him as that to me. So if you're gonna go off of the Bible in black, I'm not afraid to say, because nobody never did have a problem when time we did a look upon him being white all these years. So why you have a problem now? I'm not really saying black.
Okay.
I'm gonna just say, just for self-esteem sake, you're not gonna believe it. Them do whole heap of work for make you believe same was white. So you have to go do whole heap of work in your mental space to know certain black. Just like you. And then, that's going to uplift you, because now you're gonna say, what? I'm like, Jesus, I was really made in his image and likeness, more powerful then. You know what I say? You will start to wake up.
What if you come out the sky right now, you know? When we look, you know, look exactly like me.
You're gone with sky thing again. No, that's not come out of no sky,
that's for example. That's for example. If you listen to us right now, you look just like me. Same skin tone, even if you have dark skin tone, look just like me. You're not gonna feel less than a person. I'm answering the concept of the thing.
All right, brother. Let me take a call.
All right, good. Little more. Big on.
Manners and respect. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Morning, SouFLo.
Morning, family. What going?
Not much.
Talk to me.
At first, the call then I got you, but I got you now.
All right.
But blessed love. Listen, at 47, me I go be 48. And me I tell you something, come straight from Jamaica, Bush, St. Catherine. And me did have to take out certain things out of my brain and relearn stuff. And if you're not willing to relearn stuff, you're not gonna wake up. You're gonna still sleep. Because me one of them who used to look on the picture, me I say, how that brother here? And them I say, Jesus. And me I say, hold on. But if the Bible say here a hole and all of that stuff there, them man have long curly hair. I know Jesus that. And then when I start do for my own research, me I like, nah, them I lie to it. But you have to really learn and go do research on your own. And me tell my kids them that. And my daughter said, and my daughter start go with it too, and she start reading, and she said, Daddy, that don't make no sense. And I said, you see, nothing, if you listen to the Rasta man and certain conscious black people, hey, my daughter gonna be 25.
You sound like a little youth. Let's have a day talk about a 20-year-old. One time my daughter gonna be 25.
I'm a young man.
All right, big man. Yeah, you're young.
And you know, she met tell her, I say, yo, certain song we hear they sing, and from the Bible, they must sing it. And she go there and she said, oh my God, Daddy, you're right. And I say, yo, listen, anything she used to do, project for school, I said, Marcus Garvey. She said, why you have to always talk about Marcus Garvey? Because I said, money of them people here, ideology and stuff, them take it from Marcus Garvey and rob it and turn it into something else. And when they put them spin on it, it's all white, nothing black. Because they say anything black, bad. Anything white is pure. Nice.
You know, so even in
so when she look on that, she said, Daddy, no, me see what you talk about. Me say, tell your grandmother. Jesus Christ. You know, so I couldn't grow enough for a little while though.
Yep, pep out the place.
Hey, me say, I love my mother. My mother gonna be 89. And me can't go back in and go talk. So you mad, brother? Me will get banned from the house. But for the love and the respect, me just keep it down and just one of our friends always said to me, you can't say everything to everybody. And I said, no, but you know, we are just all our vibes and we are all our reasoning. And she keep on saying it to me. And one time I look on her and I say, shit. I have to really shut up my mouth and watch who you say to. Because when people realize that you're not idiot, I want somebody. I love to laugh and joke around. I'm not idiot in my family. And when I say certain things, they look on like, oh, you know that? Why you say that? I say it to one of my cousins, you know. And I say, I like how the Rasta man moving deal with love.
Same.
And she said to me, no, you can't talk about the Rasta like that. Yeah, I mean, no, you can't say that. You can't. So I say, I love. So if I preach love, what wrong with love? Oh no, the Rasta man them. Me like, okay. I mean, I tell you now, this supposed to be a well-educated person, like what you said earlier, you know, a nurse and all of that. But you can't tell them that if the piston are up on the wall and you not agree, yeah, worst thing since sliced bread. You come from under the ground, you come from your worse than shaving cream. So brother, you talk and you go on with your subject them, you provoke people to think, I love it. And everybody, as you say, and everybody will not have to agree with everything, but we can do it respectfully. It's just like what you said to the brother there. My Jesus black. I love my Jesus black. I'm not top. One love, SouFLo. Bless up the family. My laters.
Manners and respect, bro. All right. Listen. We're going to leave the subject behind, right? Kasim's, we're not talking about no Middle Eastern nothing. Jesus was a black man. And in that time in the Middle East, the people were far darker than the Arab mix that is inherited the Middle East and are there now. So we are going to go back in our history, all that. I'm just going to stick to the hair of wool and skin of burnt copper. I want everybody in here today to go get a penny. If you live in the United States of America, find you a penny, a 1 cent. When you say you can't find money, I'm sure you can't find a penny. I want you to find a penny. I want you to look at the penny. Good. That's copper. I want you to burn that penny and then come back and tell me later what you get after you burn the penny. Remember, I know the penny already dark, you know. Come back and tell me what you get after you burn that penny. All right? Hair of wool, skin of burnt copper. Do not be afraid to see God in your image and likeness. It will only help you to see God in you and God in people who are like you. And that's very important. Because once you see God in the people who are like you, you will start to treat your people and yourself in a godly way. All right? We're going to move forward now to a next topic, which is super pressing this morning. Jamaica justice system. Jamaica justice system. First of all, let's take 10 minutes and run through this one right here. Because the Jamaica justice system and no justice for Melissa Silvera and her husband Jollian getting away with her murder is gonna be pretty lengthy this morning. We're gonna go a while this morning with that, right? Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning. Hello. All right. You hang up. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Hi, SouFLo. What about you? SouFLo.
Mini Bob.
Yeah, one more thing.
Wow.
I don't tell the girl. My father make every one of us watch a documentary.
Watch a
on
documentary?
a Friday night. Yes. And on that documentary, they explain a long time ago, there was no white people. There was only black people and Middle Eastern people.
At that time. And that's according to
At
history.
that time. Yeah, according to history. After that, I said, Jesus Christ, there was no way he can be no white man. So me not even go to church. My mama will call me and say, yes, go to church. Me say no. And
right.
Because I always know.
All right, Minibob.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for
want to
sharing.
say yes. Okay.
All right.
Okay, bye.
All right. So, a couple of things that are happening in the Caribbean right now. We're just going to run through this one real quick because our next topic is going to take us out of here, but it's going to be pretty lengthy. Seeing, the U.S. wants all Caribbean islands to cut ties with Cuba. This is not a guess anymore. Remember, it started out with Jamaica. Remember when they came to Jamaica, Marco Rubio came to Jamaica and basically said that Jamaica has to get rid of the Cuban medical program, right? And remember, we talked about how it was during election time was right there. And I said, if the Andrew Holness administration was to be full, upright, and honest with the people, they might have lost that election. They didn't want to do anything to jeopardize the outcome of the election. So he took a stance and he said something like, well, that's not going to happen because us and the Cubans, we've had this relationship going over decades and they've always been good to us, blah, blah, blah. And the day after Marco Rubio left the country, so did majority of the Cuban medical personnel that were on the island. They were leaving in such a big group that people saw them at the airport and people were like, yo, how come so many of them are leaving? So Dr. Christopher Tufton, our Minister of Health and Wellness, had to actually put out some information saying, don't worry. It's not because, I know it's just timing, and it's not because they came and told us to get rid of them. It's because their contracts are up, so they have to leave for more to come in. And I called bullshit. And I told my audience that. I called bullshit. I already laid it out. They couldn't say no when to Marco Rubio, but they still had to go along with the agenda though. And the agenda was get them the hell up out of Jamaica. Well, we thought it might have ended with just Jamaica. And it's not. It isn't. This is the whole Caribbean. Now, you know, we've had this conversation about the US putting its foot down in the Caribbean. Kind of make me feel small still. Because, you know, I've come to the realization that no one Caribbean country is powerful enough to fight against the US in any way. That's one. But you feel even more small when you realize that if they all did, them still couldn't the US that anyway successfully. So, with that said, the US is having its will and its way in the Caribbean. Whether you like it or not, it is what it is, right? So, further now, the US tells Caribbean countries now, not just Jamaica, that there are other alternatives to Cuban healthcare program. Basically, get them up out of here, the entire Caribbean. The United States Embassy in Barbados Friday said that there are alternatives or alternative methods available to Caribbean countries to recruit healthcare workers as it continues its criticism of the Cuban Health Brigade program to the region. This is the United States Embassy. The United States Embassy sent this message out. Look somewhere else. There are others that you can get the same service from. We had no idea that the specialty nurses shortage in Jamaica was that bad until our last video that we did pertaining to the topic, when we realized is literally hundreds of them that's needed. The space is empty. That's why Christopher Tufton started saying, we need y'all to come home. And I was saying, well, the doctor speak out, and we covered that. And she broke it down nicely. But I said before she even said it, because, you know, I'm in that field alongside these people. So I know what kind of salary them get. And I know what they have to go through to get to those levels. They're definitely not running back to Jamaica after them accomplish that in places that pay them the ridiculous amount of money that they are paid to be and do what they do. In a post on its Facebook page, the embassy said that it is committed to holding accountable. This is the US Embassy. It is committed to holding accountable Cuban regime officials, foreign government officials, and others for facilitating forced labor in Cuba's medical missions. That means that if you don't get rid of them, we're going to say that that's what you are doing, and we're going to hold you accountable. Remember, Andrew Holness did I say, because Marco Rubio said these things in front of him. Marco Rubio said, well, we have reason to believe that they are being worked and not paid, and they're in subpar conditions. And, you know, and Andrew Holness was like, I can't speak for anybody else or any other country, but I know in Jamaica they're treated very well. And that narrative right there does not fit us and how we interact with them. Marco Rubio's face was like, yeah, okay. Nigga, listen. I don't give a damn what you want to say. Get rid of them, okay? If you don't get rid of them, we're just going to look at you like you are facilitating forced labor in Cuba's medical missions. Jamaica don't want that. So, of course, you know, the prime minister is like, shit, I don't have a choice. We got to get rid of y'all. Because we don't want nobody look upon we like human traffickers / you know, exploiters, XYZ, because that's the narrative that they've painted. That's the narrative that they've painted. Again, the embassy, which is the U.S. Embassy, says it is committed to holding accountable the Cuban regime officials, foreign government officials, and others for facilitating forced labor in the Cuba's medical missions. By participating in these programs, despite known human rights abuses, foreign governments became complicit in the regime's tactics. This action directly contributes to the abuses of Cuban workers. Plainly put, that's not where you want to be, right? So the language alone that is spoken here is like, we don't need no explanation from you. If you're participating in it, that's what you're doing, and that's how we're going to treat you. Point blank, period. Go look somewhere else, from somebody else, left them alone. There are alternatives and alternative methods available for Caribbean nations to recruit foreign medical workers and ethically meet the healthcare needs of their people. The United States calls on all government and people to reject forced labor schemes and join us in demanding accountability and respect for human rights. This is how it's framed. Earlier this week, the U.S. government said it had not recently spoken to St. Lucia about international education after that country's prime minister, Philip J. Pierre, said that he had been asked. So, them come out and say, we haven't spoken to them recently, but the prime minister of the country said, yes, you did. Y'all spoke to us and said that we had been asked by the U.S. to stop sending our nationals to study medicine in Cuba. But the U.S. did not, however, indicate whether or not it had done so previously prior to Pierre's last weekend statement that Washington had called on Castries to stop sending its nationals to study medicine in Havana. I have a big problem, he said. Many of our doctors got trained in Cuba. And now the great United States of America has said that we can't do that any longer, Pierre had told delegates that were attending Second World Congress on Racial and Ethnic Health Disparities meeting in St. Lucia. Cuba began offering significant full scholarships to Caribbean and Latin American students to study medicine at the Latin American School of Medicine in Havana, which was officially inaugurated in 1999. Many doctors have been trained there who now practice medicine all around the world. The initiative was designed to train doctors from underserved communities across the region, the Caribbean region, offering free tuition, accommodation, and boarding. Washington has also stepped up its attack on the Cuban Health Brigade program, saying that the regime in Havana is profiting off of the forced labor of medical personnel, and that entering or renting out Cuban medical professionals at exorbitant prices and keeping the profits for themselves and their regime elites is not a humanitarian gift. It is forced labor. It treats the doctors as commodities rather than human beings and professionals. The United States calls for an end to the Cuban regime's coercive and exploitive labor export scheme. And again, if any Caribbean nation continues to interact with them in this way, you will be seen as facilitating forced labor in Cuba's medical missions. Take it with a grain of salt, because guess what? Them not gonna go around it. That's all I'm telling you. They're not gonna go around it. America has spoken. I saw what's her name? Motley giving a very powerful speech last night. Powerful as in she was very animated and loud and aggressive in speech, and that's all good. That's all good. But are you following along with these policies though? Because you can talk hard all you want, talk hard, you know. But if when them say jump, you still a jump, then that's a different story. But as far as I've seen, when US say jump, me not see nobody sit down yet and say I'm not jumping nothing. If I don't see them, tell me. Because I haven't seen them. All right? I'm going to say it again. When you talk loud and hard, that's one thing. But if you jump in when they command that you jump, that's a whole nother thing. Me not see none of the Caribbean nation them yet. When the US say jump, them say, I'm not jumping nowhere. I'm sitting. If you see them, tell me. Because maybe we need to highlight them and their bravery. That is that. All right. What Philly Yard Vibe say? She didn't send back their nurses to Cuba. Didn't send back their nurses to Cuba. They didn't yet. Them not come around to them yet. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll keep paying attention. And if time goes by, and they still hold on to them, and they still continue and facilitate the relationship with them, then we will say, yo, them bad enough. But slowly but surely, all of them are jumping when told to jump. So we'll see. Right? Philly Yard Vibe says they haven't sent back theirs yet. I haven't heard of them being approached yet. They're making the rounds. Just like the St. Lucia leader said before they even got to them. This was his words. He said they are making the rounds. They have not gotten to us yet. But I suspect they will in due time. And then they got to them. He said they didn't want to be left out though. And next thing I heard, they were signing paperwork to accept migrants. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of money being paid to take these migrants. Must be. Because him said him not want to be left out. Why would you not want to be left out unless it's something in there for you get where you think are going to be good for you? But if you're going to be sending lots of criminals and stuff to my house because you don't want them no more, then please leave me out. Skip my address. But I know that him said. He said they are making their rounds. We have not been approached yet. But when they do, if they do, which I suspect they will, and then they were. So we'll continue to see. All right. What I said? Yes, sir, then flow could have caused all this happy bad mind. But fam, at one time where you know say whole away from the Caribbean and some proud people, not true? Cause even although me can say me is a proud Jamaican, right? Me know say all the Caribbean people them feel the same way about their island and their place. Same way. So together we are a proud set of people. Yeah. Yeah. But at one time where you have to like really look and say, damn, you know, say we really don't have no control over this, you know. We don't really have no control over this. Because here what I go on now. You see when them demand that and we stand up and say, no, we're not doing that. And everybody can take them consequences there. And understand who you playing with. Y'all reading between the lines. Coming off to spell it out, you know. Let me spell it out for you know. Next thing we spell it out and we're not here tomorrow. Alright. So that may I say. Give me a second there. Hello? Hello? Yeah. Phone. I don't know. Thank you for addressing that. Alright. That's why I'm here. I'm gonna say this and end it and get into the long thing where we're gonna talk about Jamaica the Jamaica judicial system should be ashamed of themselves. But we're gonna break all this down in a minute. I'm gonna close that segment though by saying this. That is why you saw Andrew Holness said these words. It is his duty to protect Jamaica and Jamaicans. If you have sense in your head, you gotta ask yourself, protect them from what? You shouldn't have to spell it out. Pay attention to what go on. Now is a time where if you're not ready for the consequences, because them are give out consequences, you know. Or so if you're not ready for it, you kind of have to go find a diplomatic part or a smooth part or however you have to go skillfully navigate this. That's why I say, if you don't see the 1 or 2 or 3, where when them said jump, they said, we're not jumping nowhere, we're sitting down. Point them out. Point them out. We're going to get some more time and we're going to see. Everybody are going to be jumping. And who not jump, we're going to point them out. And we'll have more of this conversation at a later time. All right? All right. Where's oh, BM said just like a visa revocation we're balling. Suppose anything bigger, what would we do? Yes, I did see a piece of that Philly Yard vibes. I also saw the part where she said people are trying to spin their narratives and stuff, but everybody should know that their sister party in Jamaica is the People's National Party. That's what Mia Motley said. Is the People's National Party. That is our sister party, right? Philly Yard Vibe says, SouFlo, did you see Mayor criticizing the JLP for interfering in Barbados election? But wasn't she in Jamaica recently, though? She was in Jamaica recently, though, after the hurricane, where she walked about with Andrew Holness and they were smiling and, you know, this is what I say. Politics is a dirty game, friend. And one day, who you think they with you jump side and they over here so with the others because the price bigger and them talk tough behind your back and pan camera screen, and then when they land in front of your face it's all smiles and we are a family and we can get through this together. That's why I couldn't do politics, you know, because as soon as if me go at Jamaica, me there with my own camera and I'm like, yes, I'm here to look at my Jamaican brothers and sisters, but I don't want to have nothing to do with them leader, because let me tell you why. He's a corrupted man and he's interfering in the election down in Barbados. And I can tell him that to his face, but he won't meet me here. So we're going to go around, look for the Jamaican people, them, see where we can help and get the hell up out of here. Me would have been too honest. Because me now come in there, come laugh up with you on camera opportunity and let's present a united front. If you're a friend with my enemy, you're my enemy too. Point blank and period. Me no business where your big speech them want to say. You see it? Yeah, if you sit down and chat me with other people, then you come smile up with me about, and I don't like what he did to you, you know. And the boy did over there talk something about you, see SouFlo, but you did over there. So how come you turn over there that long to hear all of that what him did over there say? Because me no need no carry go bring come. Yeah, you were being entertained, weren't you? So what them want say, man? They're a different breed. And I see things differently. You understand? Yes, she was. They're part of the CARICOM community, blah, blah, blah. That don't mean nothing. If you don't like the man or if you think that things that he's doing is wrong, then that's enough to talk about. And if it's that serious, air it out in front of him. Don't wait and wait till way later and then you air it out when you way across the ocean over there. So that air it out right in front of him. But again, that's politics, right? Politics requires everybody to be a little bit hypocritical. And the best politicians, they say, are the ones who are able to kiss babies, shake hands, wave to everybody, and then go behind the curtain and cut somebody's throat, literally. Because you have to be that type. Moving right along. Julian Silvera has now admitted to killing his wife. Julian Silvera was a prominent politician, as most of us already know. A sitting member of parliament murders his wife and then tries desperately to cover it all up. And I said, we're going to see if Jamaica have two justice system now, because it's plain as day that he killed her, especially when it came down to his personal firearm, ballistic coming back saying, at a firearm, they fired the shot. You know, our Jamaicans, some of them, just like how you are geared to think that your God is a white man, is the same way you're geared to like, and that's why, I guess that's why I thought that I was the same way and why I was advocating for Vibes Cartel case and his freedom. Because of the things that me I like when I like worship people in positions of power and stuff. No, me actually read through the case, word for word, through all light. There were people saying, you'll see SouFlo, you will see when him go to court, because them can't tell us everything right now. Somebody break into him house, take him firearm, shoot him wife with it, frame him, and run and left the firearm in the house and left out of the house. We know now that he shot his wife. You know, the people, Julian Silvera admission of guilt in the killing of his wife in November of 2023 has sent shockwaves through St. Mary Western, with many who supported him in his election victory there in 2011 and then his defeat in 2016, wrestling with a mix of anger, disbelief, and disappointment. On Sunday, when the Jamaica Observer visited the People's National Party stronghold of Aracabessa, where Silvera polled 2,948 votes in the Jamaica Labour Party's Robert Montague 1,762 in his 2011 victory, residents were not shy in indicating that they supported the comrade in elections. Yes, we support him, but they differed sharply on what punishment he should receive when he is sentenced on March 6th for the killing of his wife. He's my real good friend, you know, one person said, and I campaigned for him, and he knows me well. So one of the time, I did all things they were framing him, but when I watch the news now and see that him plead guilty, I am so astonished, said a man who identified himself as Tari while standing in Aracabessa Square. According to Tari, While he sympathized with Silvera because of years of political affiliation and friendship, he could not agree with the former member of parliament's actions, taking his wife's life. Him almost, it's like him kind of let me down because when I heard that he pled guilty, I did feel shame, Shame. Because I knew of a rumor that was saying that the projectiles that were found were not from his gun. But then I found out that those projectiles actually match his personal firearm. So now that everything has been confirmed, that he did kill her, I feel it for him. But it's still shameful. Now, people, you want to see, you hear what the man say? The man say, I feel it for him. Him not say him feel it for the picnic them with them mother dead gone left them. Him never say him feel it for the woman family who's now missing a member. Him never say him feel it for the woman who lost her life by gunshot. Him say him feel it for him. The man were killed. Yo, Jamaica set away. Anyway, besides Terry, another man who identified himself as another PNP supporter vouched for Silvera's character outside of his recent admission of guilt. According to that man, who declined for his name to be used, him said Silvera is a good man, and he could not understand why the former member of parliament put himself in such a position. He is an intelligent and a nice guy. Nothing don't worry or trouble him. So I don't know how him get himself into this. I feel disappointed because he's a good person, Him come around and we drink, laugh, cook, and eat with us. So I really don't know what happened. This is what he said, while he said also that he still wants justice to be served, though. Right? Fellow resident, he said he wants justice to be served, but he hopes that the judge exercises some leniency. The first man said him feel it for him. The next man said him hope the judge exercise some leniency. You know this whole, I know my own it happened to, so me not really feel it. We've always had that problem among us. I bet you say if it was your daughter, you would not be saying, I hope the judge exercise some leniency. You would be bawling out in the streets talking about, we have to go back to hanging. Yes, we have to go start pop them neck now again. Bring back the gallows and the rope. Or at least have one chamber like what them have in the US where you inject them and kill them. But it's not your daughter, it's not your sister or anything. So you hope the judge have leniency. And you feel it for him. A fellow resident, Harold Brown, also expressed hope that the judge will show Silvera mercy in the sentencing. Brown said that he also found Silvera to be a very good person who is capable of redemption. First of all, it is sad how this whole situation ended up. We're going to get into the details of the case and how the DPP claims them give this man okay to plead guilty to manslaughter. Oh no, hang on, because I'm not going to find out what happened according to. Yeah, Brown said he is a good man and he's capable of redemption. It's just the whole situation. It's sad how it ended up. I'm disappointed because someone lost their life, and that is a life gone too soon. He really could have handled it better. He needed counseling. Many of us do. So I'm hoping that he learns from this. But I too voted for him. He is always social, and I think he's a good guy. So when I think of this situation, I think leniency could be there. Because sometimes, we act outside of our nature. It could even be an evil force that got to him. So I only hope and pray that he will get pity and that they are not too harsh on him. I saw. For Leon Clark, another person who sat silently listening to these conversations around him, though he supported Silvera during the political career, he could not agree with all his actions. He said, he could have walked away. If I have a wife who I respect and I love, and I find out that she's wronged me in any way, it is better if I just walk away. And I can go find another wife. But you cannot just take another person's life. With his guilty plea, him definitely need to serve some time. But I too hope them give him a little chance. But the plea for leniency was not shared by many people in Rockabessa who are deeply angered by Silvera's action. Another person said, for me, I wish Jamaica would have come back with corporal punishment. I'm being honest. Because you kill somebody innocently, and then you're going to sit down and eat taxpayers' money, it makes no sense. Because he denied that first, and then when them check it out, him change the tile them, him clean up the scene, all of that. That clearly says you know that what you did and you are trying to hide what you did. One female vendor who paused her selling to give her input said, if you can kill a woman innocently, you're robbing a whole family, man. A mother of her daughter, a father of his daughter, the kids them of their mother. She may have been an auntie. Whatever it is, you're still robbing a life from a whole family, and our family is grieving. Another vendor who admitted to supporting Silvera during his political careers called him a wicked man, as she declared that he deserves the maximum penalty under the law. All of the man them are side with him, All of the man them are begging for leniency for him, And the woman them alone, it look like I say, this wrong. It was a similar sentiment with a male vendor who condemned violence against women and urged the justice system to deliver a sentence that is fitting of the crime. He said, no matter what goes on in life, women are a blessing that you cannot just take a woman's life. The court system is not ready. If I did something like that as a normal man, I would have gone to prison for murder. Those politicians need to change their ways. They act as if they are above the law. And this is not a political thing I'm talking about. I am talking as a born Jamaican man. His face clouded with disgruntlement. For another resident of Arcabessa, because of Silvera's status as a well-known political official and influential person, he deserves to be punished for betraying the public's trust. Punished even more. He's a former member of parliament. He is influential, and even the kids look up to him. And I think he should be held at a higher standard because of all of that. And what that looked like for me is he should be punished at the highest extent of the law. Silvera was arrested and charged in connection with the November 10th, 2023 death of his wife. Facing trial as a murder charge, Silvera, who for more than 2 years tried his best to get out on bail, it was denied multiple times. He declared he was innocent every time until last Monday, the day before his trial was supposed to begin. He pleads guilty to the lesser charge of manslaughter. He also entered a guilty plea on the charge of using a firearm to commit that manslaughter. Not murder, but manslaughter. So, we want to know, right? That's because they want to play wrong. We want to know, That's because they want to play wrong and strong. Nah, I'm a murderer and he should get life without parole. We want to know why. Why you kill the woman? Because we hear stuff out in the street, right? I heard that he's an unbearable person. They had somebody who used to be their neighbor or still is their neighbor who came by the courthouse and testified that him shoot them dog, him kill them dog, or poison them dog rather. You know, testifying to his character of who he is as a person. Don't know if it's true or not, but that's what his neighbor saw him as. From the streets are saying he's not a pleasant person to be around, but enough man are saying pleasant to be around. Him come, them drink, them play cards or domino or ludi, them cook food, them run boat. Him good like that. I heard that the relationship was ending. And I heard that she had started seeing somebody else. That's how we hear saying. We don't have no proof that this is true. We heard that she had started seeing somebody else. You know, going out, date, whatever. I don't think that's true though, because they were still living in the same house, sleeping in the same bed. Well, it could have been true. If she was doing that, she wouldn't have been the first person to have been doing that. You know? I see woman do that all the time and then say, you treat me so bad, you drove me into his arms, the arms of another man, and I needed to escape, and he took my mind off of all this that you have going on in the house. We don't know. Anyway, press release. Prosecution accepts the guilty plea in the matter of Rex v. Julian Silvera. On the 2nd day of February 2026, the trial of the matter of Rex v. Julian Silvera was scheduled to commence before the Honorable Mr. Justice Brian Sykes, Chief Justice for the island of Jamaica. On the said date, Mr. Silvera was pleaded to the indictment charging him with using a firearm to commit a felony. So as the day of his trial to start, him just plead guilty before the trial even start. And he pled guilty to using a firearm to commit a felony, 2 wit, murder, and 1 count, murder of Mistress Melissa Silvera, count 2. In response to the charge, Mr. Silvera pleaded in respect to count 1, not guilty, of using firearm to commit a felony, 2 wit, murder, but guilty of manslaughter. In respect to count 2, he pleaded not guilty to murder, but guilty to manslaughter. Upon hearing the pleas that were entered by Mr. Silvera, the prosecution indicated to the courts that the defense would have to provide the basis on which it is asking the prosecution to accept a plea to the lesser offense of manslaughter, as it did not arise on the prosecution's case. So the brother what did I tell me say when him call in and say SouFlo, that's not how it works. The prosecution has to approach him with a deal and say we are going to give you manslaughter unless years or something like that. If you take it and plead guilty, that's not how it went. Obviously, the paperwork right here says is them come up with that and plead guilty to manslaughter. Right? And upon hearing these pleas that were entered by Silvera, the prosecution indicated to the courts that the defense would have to provide the basis on which it is asking the prosecution to accept a plea to a lesser offense of manslaughter. Had it been that the prosecution approached the defense, then the defense would not have had to explain on what grounds they are pleading this. The case was then part heard on the 3rd day of February of 2026. And on the 3rd day of February 2026, Mr. Silvera was pleaded on count 1 of the indictment, and to which he pleaded guilty of a firearm to commit a felony, to wit, murder for guilty by using a firearm to commit a felony, to wit, manslaughter. On the night of the second day of February 2026, the defense provided a statement authored and signed by Mr. Silvera to the prosecution. This is after the plea. The statement in summary was that on the night of, the statement in summary was that on the night of the 10th day of November 2023, Mr. Silvera and his wife, the deceased, had an argument which got physical. A plead to manslaughter, and then when asked by the prosecution on what grounds, this is what he wrote out to them, right? Him said that, he presented it to them on February 2nd, 2026. The defense provided a statement that was authored, written, and signed by Mr. Silvera to the prosecution. The statement in summary was that on the night of the 10th day of November 2023, Mr. Silvera and his wife, the deceased, Melissa, had an argument which got physical. He indicated that during the argument, she blamed him, as she always did, for the death of their young son. He went on to state that during that same argument, she hurled several expletives at him and made derogatory statements about his sister and his mother, which he found to be provocative. He stated that during that argument, she made a comment about their children, which he found to be the final straw. And at that point, he lost control, discharged his weapon in her direction. Remember, I'm telling you, so enough to argue with Jamaican woman. And that's why me that fuck pa you this whole time. We're not even sure if them picnic they are yours. Sometimes, woman, we say something, you see. Remember, them can't take that back, you know. And you know have no peace of mind after that. Until you actually got test them picnic there. Your life so busy you don't have time. I forgot test your picnic them after you done say yours, them and them look like you and everything in your mind. May I tell you, woman, we say something sometime where you can't just shake it off, right? Right. Well, the man said, after she tell him some bad word and tell him about him picnic them and tell him about him mother and tell him about him sister, and then she said something about the kids. And that was his final straw. And him take him gun and shoot in her direction. Mind you know, I don't know how you shoot in her direction and she get shot in her pum-pum. And to how them skip past all that is concerning. To how nobody from the prosecution challenged him on that is concerning. Because if a woman has stand up over there, so she's sitting down, unless she lay down on her back and spread her leg, them open and me shoot and don't miss. And the only way me can shoot in her vagina. He stated in this that it was not his intentions to hurt or kill her that night, and that having done so, he panicked and he left the apartment. I think I want a big house up at Stony Hill, them did there, with big swimming pool in the back and all these things. Why did he write it that he left the apartment? Anyways, he stated that over the course of the days following her death, he thought about his children losing both parents, and that is what made him make the decision to not admit what he had done. Yo. On the 3rd day of February 2026, they're back in court, right? The defense outlined the contents of the said statement to the court. In response, the prosecution made submission on whether it was proper in law to accept the plea entered by Mr. Silvera. The prosecution case was based on circumstantial evidence and the ballistic findings. The prosecution had evidence of the following: what occurred before Mistress Silvera was killed, and what occurred after the deceased was killed and the subsequent events. That's a lie. They have his version. The prosecution case was based on circumstantial evidences where them go in front of the court, go say after the man retile the room, paint over the spray paint over the furniture them, move out some furniture and replace them with others, paint over the walls in the room, and buy a new bed put in another room there. And Uno say the only evidence the prosecution had was some circumstantial evidence. Ballistic evidence is circumstantial. Ballistic evidence proving that the gun which belonged to him, which was still in his possession, was the gun that killed her, is circumstantial, and that's all, and it's too weak. You see how them wicked? Yo, this girl's family must be crying, man. Her family must be crying because John know this wicked. The prosecution did not have evidence of what happened at the time that Silvera was killed. Of course they didn't. Him kill her and dead man tell no tales. So now we're going off of his words. And the fact that they are taking his words as credible after he committed a murder and then tried to cover it up, a murder of his wife, a murder of the mother of his children, in their marital bed is where she was found, and she was discovered by her children. In response, the prosecution made submission to whether it was proper in law to accept the plea entered by Silvera. The prosecution did not have any evidence of what happened at the time that Mistress Silvera was killed. So that means that him can't say anything. Him can't say she provoked me. Him can't say she did run me down and did I try stab me up. Him can't say anything when he wants to say. And they're just going to go with it. Right? Because he's the one that's alive to talk. But his words should not be credible. But them are going to use it as credible though. Having heard Mr. Silvera's account of what took place when he shot the deceased, his wife, the prosecution took the decision after assessing the evidence and subject to the court's approval to accept the plea to the lesser offense of manslaughter for the following reasons. Here are the reasons why they accepted that plea. One, this is prosecution, Remember me telling about the DPP, Paula Llewellyn is still very much alive and well in that department, the DPP, because somebody else who is operating just like Paula Llewellyn did has taken over the reins and is doing exactly what Paula Llewellyn was doing before. That's why I never did like Paula Llewellyn from before, because I could name quite a few cases that she threw away on purpose, just like this. All right. The prosecution accepted his plea, having heard his account. Based on this, one, that there is no evidence in the prosecution's possession that can speak to what occurred at the residence when the deceased was shot and killed by the defendant. That's one. In my mind, right, when he shot Melissa, they struggled. In my mind, right, blood was everywhere. In my mind, blood was everywhere. And because blood was everywhere, that's why I did have to change out all the tile them in the room, retile. Man, retile a whole room, You retile the room. You repaint the wall them. And you spray over the furniture them and remove them and put in new furniture too. But according to the prosecution, there is no evidence in the prosecution's possession that can speak to what occurred at the residence when the deceased was shot and killed. Even if there is nothing, his own testimony does not qualify as manslaughter. What you're saying then, you're setting a precedent here. If my wife provoked me, I can shoot her. And because she provoked me, because we did argue, and she said some hurtful things, whether it's about my sister, mother, my picnic them, I will not be charged with murder. I will get off with a manslaughter charge. That is what you have said. That is what you have said. DPP of Jamaica. That is what you all have said. This is the precedence that you have set. You have now told every man in Jamaica now. You see the wife the way you have, mother of your children, you see if she argue with you too much, and the argument get heated, and you have a licensed firearm, shoot her in her ass, because you now get charged with murder, dog. Dog. Not God, dog. You're not getting charged with murder. Because now my attorney can actually pull up the Silvera case and said, hey, here's where same thing happened under similar circumstances. And you guys didn't charge him. You accepted his guilty plea to manslaughter. So, that's one reason. Here's the next reason they give. The next reason was, having heard Mr. Silvera's account of what happened, the prosecution would not have been able to evidentially negative the partial defense of provocation raised by him. Having heard Mr. Silvera's account, the prosecution would not have been able to evidentially negative the partial defense of provocation raised by him. In other words, I'm thinking if Charlotte here, help me out if I'm not wrong or if I'm wrong. But what are they saying here in layman terms, Charlotte? And them I say, them can't tell if she did provoke him or not. He's raising that in his defense, and there's no way they can fight it because them don't have no proof. Wow. The third one they gave for why them accept his guilty on manslaughter, not murder. They said further, the prosecution is cognizant of the fact that in light of the account given by Mr. Silvera, having raised the partial defense of provocation, the courts would have a duty to direct the jury on the defense of provocation and the effect it would have on the count of murder. That is to reduce it to manslaughter. Is it really that easy? Is it really that easy to murder your spouse and get away with it? Because that's what he did. He murdered her and he's getting away with it. Now, 4, that having been guided by the authority of, them I go cite 2 cases now. Having been guided by the authority of Gaynor Hansen versus R 2014 MCA Crim 1, The prosecution took the view that where Mr. Silvera gives an account on a guilty plea that support the offense, in this case, manslaughter, the court can properly accept the plea. In the Gaynor-Hansen above, the applicant had pled guilty to murder, but maintained that he had not intended to kill the deceased, and the court, in dealing with the issue of the murder/manslaughter, was of the view that the applicant's version did not support a murder conviction, and therefore the judge should not have accepted a plea to murder. The court was of the view that manslaughter was the more appropriate offense. I'm going to read the Gaynor-Hansen breakdown. Them cite one next case. The prosecution was further guided by the authority of Perlina Wright versus R 1988, 25 JLR 221, which in a case dealing with the fact that a judge in a sentencing hearing should sentence the convict on the facts most favorable to the convict. What? Though it is a case dealing with sentencing, the principle is applicable to Mr. Silvera's case in that neither the prosecution nor the courts could ignore the version given by Mr. Silvera, especially in circumstances where the prosecution would not disprove the account that was given by him. In the interest of justice and transparency, we have outlined the fact as constituted on the case file. Facts. These are them facts. Sometime about 10:30 p.m. on the 10th day of November 2023, Jolyon Silvera told his wife, Mistress Silvera, and the children, remember me saying, do you want to know what happened that day there? Sometime about 10:30 p.m. on the 10th day of November 2023, Jolyon Silvera told his wife, Mistress Silvera, and the children that he was leaving to attend a business meeting and that he would return the following day. Mr. Silvera told him that he could not leave, and then an argument ensued. This was extracted from the statement of two of the children they shared. The adults swore at each other, and then he left. Sometime before 6 a.m. on the 11th, this is the day after, the 10th, them fight. Sometime before early morning, 6 a.m. on the 11th, same November 2023, one of the children, who was 10 years old at the time, went into his parents' bedroom and discovered their mother's lifeless body on the floor next to their bed. He noticed that there was blood coming from her orifices and that her dress was covered with blood. He ran from the bedroom and alerted his brother, who accompanied him back into the parents' bedroom, where they both checked for signs of life from her body. They tried to make contact with their father using the Messenger Kid application on their digital device, and they were eventually successful. Mr. Silvera has indicated in a witness statement that he called the Stony Hill police station whilst he was on his way home after he had spoken to his sons. Upon arrival at his house at 2A Diamond Court, Stony Hill, in the parish of St. Andrew, Mr. Silvera went into his bedroom, based on the statement from his children, and saw his wife in a sitting position with her head leaned forward at the side of the bed. He touched her. He spoke to her. And then he found that she was not responding. Sometime after, the first responders, who was an officer of the Stony Hill police station, arrived at the house and went into the bedroom where he saw the body of Melissa Silvera. That means that the picnic them knows that the father killed the mother, you know. The picnic them knows the father killed the mother. The picnic them went in there and saw the mother. This is their account to the police. Blood everywhere. She in a pool of blood. She's bleeding out of her orifices, all of that. Remember how she ended up getting, the original report said that she died of natural causes and there was no foul play, right? So how come the picnic them story said that? That means they saw the blood, they saw stuff was messed up, and they saw their mom bleeding all over the place, her nightgown soaked in blood. So the kids knew that he cleaned up the place and fixed up everything. They knew. It said that she was sitting upright on the floor at the side of the bed with her back turned to the bed, but she was slumped forward like this, and she was bleeding from her orifices. You notice how them pretty it up and say from her orifices? Was she bleeding from her mouth? Was she bleeding from her eyes, her nose, her ears? Was she bleeding from her vagina, her anal, or anus? What orifices? Exactly, Marvin. The picnic them see blood. The picnic them give account. How come nobody else never see no blood? And them help him clean up the place. It's them help him clean up the place. And then they planned how to get him off of this murder charge. Them say, brethren, John, no. Boy, we can't get you all the way out of that one year, you know, but we have to go see what we can do. And that one. Mr. Silvera has indicated in a witness statement that he called the Stony Hill police station while he was on his way. This is after his children called him, you know. Because daddy and mommy argue. The picnic them said them in there cuss each other, saying very bad things to each other. And next thing them know, daddy left. The picnic them never said them hear gunshot or nothing. Them just said daddy left. It wasn't until almost the next morning, 6 a.m. and 11 o'clock at night that happened when the picnic go in the room and go find their mother and call them father. And him answer. Upon arrival at the house, it says, him walk in, him touch her, he spoke to her. These are. And found that she was not responding. Sometime after that, the first responder arrived, right? A member of the Stony Hill police station arrived at the house and went into the bedroom where he saw the body of Melissa Silvera. He took a photograph of the body with his Samsung cellular phone, and Mr. Silvera cried out. He had Mr. Silvera cover the nude section of the body. The nude section of the body. That woman was sitting there with her friggin' legs open and gunshot in her vagina. And when him take the picture of her like that, the man say, yo, you can't take picture of her like that to her leg open. When he took the picture with his cellular phone, Mr. Silvera cried out. He had Mr. Silvera cover the nude section of the body. The first responder did not further examine the body as Mr. Silvera was still crying. Whenever I hear such a rotted bullshit, foolishness story, if first responders come to your house right now and somebody has been shot multiple times inside of your house, you think them care if you did a cry? You think they are not going to assess that body properly because you're over there crying? The friggin' paperwork said the first responder did not assess the body any further because Mr. Silvera was still crying. Yo, Jamaica, boy, I'll be having hope for us, man, that things will change, you know. The first responder after learning. So what may I ask now is this. How them get this a story here? And seeing how the place did clean up and everything. There should be a picture out there of the place bloody, right? The first responder after learning from Mr. Silvera that Mistress Silvera had no known medical condition indicated that a post-mortem examination would be, then that the first responder they know. You come in there, you see a pool of blood, you see the woman a bleed from her orifices. What medical condition would that have been, sir? That you would require him saying, no, she don't have it. What medical condition would that have possibly been? She alone in the house catch Ebola and she bleeding through all her orifices. If anybody can't see how well documented and planned this was for his getaway with the murder charge. The first responder, after learning from Mr. Silvera that Mr. Silvera had no known medical conditions, indicated that a post-mortem examination would be conducted to determine the cause of the death. He then contacted the House of Tranquility Funeral Home for the removal of the body. And then he left. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Camila know that maybe do it different in Jamaica, but if there's a body on the scene at a house, a dwelling, a private residence, and I as a first responder going there and me say the person slumped at the bed, sitting down on the floor and bleeding from orifices, I do not properly assess the body and I call a funeral home to come get it. I saw you go. What happened to the morgue? What happened to leaving? What happened to cordoning off the place, yellow tape, and getting forensics, crime scene specialists into the area to do a proper investigation? What happened to all that? So they just skip all of that and just call the morgue. Right. Yo, them wicked, no rotted. Yo, them wicked enough. Them, yo, man. Her family is hurt, man. Her family is hurt. You see that police officer who come and do this and then left and call morgue should absolutely be held accountable at some part of this. But I know that's not going to happen. So when the morgue attendant arrived now at the house and the body was removed and taken to the morgue, a post-mortem examination was scheduled to take place on the first day of December 2023. On this date, the pathologist discovered that there were scars on the body. The post-mortem examination was conducted on the 15th day of December 2023 at the Tranquility Funeral Home. The pathologist noted that there were 3 gunshot wounds, 1 perforating gunshot wound to the front of the right thigh. I'm guessing this is the one where they said it was to the vagina, but him said to the front of the right thigh. 1 penetrating gunshot wound to the left side of the lower abdomen. And the third one was a superficial penetrating gunshot. How they rotted it gonna be superficial and penetrating at the same time? I who write that paper here? Because superficial means it never go in, you know. them say a superficial penetrating gunshot. A superficial penetrating gunshot wound to the right side of the lower abdomen. So she gets shot in her belly. She gets shot in the right side of her thigh, according to this. The pathologist removed 2 projectiles from her body, which were handed over to the police. That's crazy because the narrative changed, because before it was 3 and now it's 2. The pathologist opined that the immediate cause of death was from multiple gunshot wounds. The detectives and the first responders then returned to Mr. Silvera's home on the 16th day of November 2023. Upon entering the bedroom, it was noticed that the floor was now tiled over, the furniture were sprayed over, the mattress was replaced with a new one, and the walls were painted over. The children's room was also tiled over. Those kids went in there, saw their mom. Their mom probably went into their room after she got shot. The poor picnic them probably did afraid and hide, because them think them daddy would have shoot them too. They probably didn't even give a full testimony because they were scared that if they went against him, they could end up dead like their mom. Blood reaching at the picnic them room too. That's why it get tiled over too. Ah boy. So when they got there, they noticed upon entering the bedroom that the floor was now tiled over. The furniture was over. The mattress was replaced with one, and the walls were painted over, and the children's room was also tiled. Mr. Silvera indicated that no one had told him that he could not make changes to the rooms. Oh man. Mr. Silvera's iPhone and his firearms, for which he held a license, they were taken by the police for examination and testing. The projectiles that were removed from the body of Mr. Silvera was compared to test fires that were taken from Mr. Silvera's gun by the ballistics expert in 2024. The experts saw level 1 matching, the class and characteristics, and some amount of level 2 matching. As a result of his findings, the expert contacted the FLA and requested the test fire in their possession from Mr. Silvera. Them say it too close. So call FLA. And for those of you who have a licensed firearm, they have a ballistic test of your licensed firearm in storage at the FLA in Jamaica. So if you're going to shoot somebody out a road and then try hide it and say you didn't do it, they're going to be able to tell that it came from your gun, a gun that is registered to somebody in FLA's possession if you're in the database. Possession from Mr. Silvera's Glock pistol, which were taken in 2013. They called FLA and requested the test fire, in which the possession from Mr. Silvera's Glock pistol, which was taken in 2013, which was from when he had the gun or from when FLA took that piece of forensic to keep in their, I'm guessing that is how they do things, right? A comparison was done between the test fires from the FLA and the projectiles from Melissa's body, and they, voila, matched. Yep. They were fired from Mr. Silvera's Glock pistol, no doubt. The ballistic expert indicated that there was corrosion to the barrel of the firearm. The firearm had been inspected by FLA on the 29th of September 2023, and there were no signs of tampering. You see how them wicked? Because them same one put out before, you know, that it was tampered with. Obviously, the barrel was tampered with was the first finding. And this is their final summation now, that this is what the prosecution from DPP come up with, that it was not tampered with. They're telling you right now that that's the only reason why he held on to that gun. For why else would any sensible person, right, kill his wife with his own personal gun and then keep the gun? You know, the first person they're going to come to is you. They're going to say, SouFLo. So tell us what happened. Because, I mean, the children, them said them didn't hear or no argue. You know, this don't look right. We don't see any breach of entry into your house. Your surveillance system around you outside of your house didn't show anybody entering, exiting your property. Level with us. Tell us what happened between you and Shakira in the house. You shoot her. Is your gun you use? Your personal gun? You know, we're going to have to, you know what? Even if you're saying no, give us your gun. Just to rule you out as a person, we are going to take your gun through some ballistic testing. Just to rule you out as a person. You could have said no, because he was saying no the whole time, right? Why else would I confidently give them my gun? Knowing say my gun me use. Remember, so we have followed this story from day one, you know. And them same one put out said the gun was tampered with. The barrel was evidence that the barrel was tampered with. As if the barrel was tampered with so that it would not give trace shot from it. And now their final summation is that at the conclusion of the ballistics examination, Mr. Silvera was arrested, but they said that there was no evidence to indicate that his gun was tampered with, but there was corrosion. Corrosion. Well, sir, yeah, because the kids more than likely always hear the constant arguing and fighting between them, but they won't put the kids on the stand to testify. That part. That part. They won't put the kids on the stand to testify because one of them kids they are going to say, me hear when him shoot her. But we did afraid to go in the room. So at the conclusion of the ballistic examination, Mr. Silvera was arrested and charged for the offense of using a firearm to commit a felony and murder. Mr. Silvera was represented by Mr. Peter Champagny, KC, King's Counsel, and Ms. Patrice Riley, whilst the prosecution was represented by Mr. Dwayne Green, Assistant Director of Public Prosecution, and Ms. Deborah Bryan, Assistant Director of Public Prosecution, all of them working in cahoots to make sure that this man does not get the murder charge. All of them working to make sure that he escaped this charge. Now, again, the same way how they were able to pull up these two cases and try to use these two cases as an example why it was okay for them to accept the manslaughter over the murder, is the same way how they have now set a precedence, and somebody is going to pull up the Julian Silvera versus our case when them kill for them wife in the same way. They have set a ball in motion here. They have set a ball in motion here. So this is what. So this case, this case is completely thrown away. Completely thrown away. They did this on purpose, okay? If you look at both of the cases, what they're talking about, you will realize that none of them cases there had nothing to do with what happened in the Silvera case. The two cases them where the prosecution say them use for guidance. If you look at them, you can't figure out where in them two cases here anything happened that relate to this case. They are wicked. They're wicked. And there is no justice for Melissa. None. She got killed by her prominent politician husband, and they were able to get him off of the murder charge. So come May 6th, or whenever he's sentenced, look for him to be sentenced lightly with what the man them said them ask for him, a whole heap of leniency. Because that's what's going to happen. You'll see. You'll see. And then Peter Champagne, him, I tell me about, when we're talking about this case, you must please remember that children are involved. Sir, as highly astute as you are, you know them damn children saw what happened. If they didn't see it, they sure as hell heard what happened. Them hear them father kill them mother. So anything we saying out here is minimal compared to what they have experienced in real time at the hands of their father. The same guy that you just got off murder. You didn't serve no justice for the mother. So worry about the children them whose mother got killed and your client get off with murder. Them no have no mother no more. And if I was them children there, me would afraid of him as my daddy. Because if you can kill my mother, you sure as hell can kill me too. I'm honestly, I would have stayed far from him. Boy, you know, prison full of yes man. So he'll be all right in there. Go to prison and talk tough. Yeah, the girl diss me. No, me I say she diss me. I'm lose myself, dog. I'm end up hurt her, you know what I say? And she dead from it. The man, the other man in there for the same thing. So they're gonna look upon you like Brethren and Parry because he's well off financially. So him probably can make sure say the man them pa film cell block or run a film ends in there. Them get to eat some good food. Take care of them when them in there. Enough of them in there now have rag and soap and the basics. Them look out for me look out for you. Easy time. Easy time. Yo, the big man don't palm my ends, you know. You know the place full of yes man already, right? And as long as you can give them free anything, then we die for you over free anything. What's in there, so? He'll be just fine. Whatever little bit of years they're going to give him, he'll be just fine. So ends that case. And I'm going to call it shame on the Jamaica or DPP. The Jamaica DPP, Department of Public Prosecution. Shame upon Unuman. Because it's not like you couldn't get a murder conviction. You had everything there to get a murder conviction. Everything. You just didn't want to get a murder conviction because of who this person is and who he's associated with. That. Boy, Sheldon, we don't know, you know. We're going to have to see. We're going to see. But me not think he will get no 20 years. I'll be surprised if he gets sentenced to 20 years. Him look like a big man, but he's not old, you know. He's not old. He's 40-something years old. I think at the time of Melissa's murder, he was 43. Something like that. I think him like 46, 47, somewhere in there, so now. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning. All right. Man, I feel sorry for the family. I feel like that can happen to any one of us. And you know, for all the people who saying they hope that he gets all this leniency and whatever, I want y'all to remember this, right? When it's your daughter turn, right? I hope you ask for leniency the same way. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
SouFLo, my brother.
Wagwan, brother.
Blessings.
Manners and respect.
You know, we must use them things as a case study, you see?
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, a bunch of people out there where the DPP and the police, including themselves, should look at. Because guess what? Somebody pervert the course of justice.
Exactly.
And guess what?
Exactly.
When we check it out, that are up to 10 years. So whosoever was charged for the crime, as well as those who participate in the cover-up, even the man who tiled the place, him is a part of it, because you have a duty as a person when something like that, when you deal with the untowards. I mean, I think Mr. Sylvia go up on him knee unless I'm in a prison. You see, me not think I clean up your blood. All right, I'm jump fast on some part there. The other concern that I have, you see, if the DPP was so concerned that they couldn't have proven a murder case, why did they charge him for murder in the first place rather than manslaughter?
Aye.
All right. So if the lawyers felt that the murder was something there, they would have been jumped out and said, boy, I'm going to charge my client for the wrong thing. Cool? So I'm going to give my quick opinion. They said him and him lawyer, them sit down and them examine the case against him. And they thought that it would have been better, you see, to opt for a lesser charge, which is manslaughter, which means indirectly that they feel that the prosecution have a strong case.
Right.
You see?
Right.
And if they thought the prosecution had a weak case for manslaughter, then they would not even plead. They would have got to jail.
Right.
So the DPP and the prosecution, the prosecution and the DPP, I'm sorry, the police and the DPP, assured them incompetence throughout this entire trial. And it's a case study to show that this is the type of justice system that me, you, and all of the other common people who are out there is up against.
I will add this.
Yes, my brother.
I will add this. It wasn't even incompetence, bro. This was carefully put together in this way so he would not have to face murder. And that's the part that burned. It wasn't incompetence. Incompetence is when time them try a thing, they thought they were doing the right thing, but they weren't fully capable because they weren't smart enough. They didn't know all the right stuff to do, so they are incompetent. Them fully competent. Them purposely dash with a case here. That's which part may have a problem.
And I understand. And the other concern I have, as I just said, and I said last week, precedents. Now, what is it to suggest that when you, as the police and the DPP, have limited evidence, we're going to use that word based on what them say them accept, hard to prove. Right. It means that them mustn't go investigate. When in other countries, 10, 15 years later, you have people that are going to dig up the place.
Them just have a big theme word, right?
Yes. Because guess what? Him do the work for the DPP and the police. It look like the man just going to negotiate a backdoor.
No, that me I tell you, man.
Blessings, my brother.
Manners and respect, bro.
Yes, sir.
We're going to end this video like this, but this is the kind of power that I was talking about in Jamaica. Okay? Remember me telling us, over the years, I was beating the drum. I was saying, like, yo, fix up this, fix up that. But then I realized that Jamaica is never going to change. It run a certain way. And I said, join them if you can't beat them. Hold on there. I hope this is this person. Live on the air with SouFLo. Good morning.
Blessed morning, my brother.
Manners and
respect. Rasta youth here.
All right. So me put your comment up on the screen. Can me just see it?
Okay. You know, see a straight me have to call to get through.
Yeah, me don't know what going with that. I don't know, because everybody else calling not normal and them I get through.
Yeah, me don't know. If it have to do with the ice out the door.
I don't know. Which one of them?
No comment. No comment.
See?
No, may I call about that case, yeah. The thing that I have a problem with it, and it's a question I have to ask. What qualifies the case for it to be tried as murder versus where this man asks for manslaughter? What qualifies the case to be charged as murder?
Okay, so you missed a part there, but let me just put it simply like this. Them say, in order for it to be murder, them have to prove say him did mean to kill her. So and him say him never mean to kill her. Him just shoot in her direction because him did angry and two of them did argue and she provoked him and said some things.
I heard those details. What may I say is, if certain things are facts, it should be that in court you have to judge these things. One, she gets some shot in some place where intentional.
Exactly.
Second, this man redo the whole place to cover it up. Then,
yeah.
Thirdly, if it is that is manslaughter, then like the caller before said, how come the lawyer them never catch that and correct the prosecution? You know what I'm saying? It's thing from here to high heaven. You get me, I say?
It's a cover up, brother.
We know say it's a cover up.
Yeah.
But initially what I was asking is, if these facts are there,
right?
How come him get asked for manslaughter rather than it get tried as murder?
Because he is who he is. Because he is who he is. Me and you couldn't ask for manslaughter. Them would be trying us on murder. The only way we would get a manslaughter charge is if them come to us and tell us them have a manslaughter deal for you. You can plead guilty to manslaughter, we'll lessen your years, blah, 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 if you plead guilty. But I know that happened in this case. He basically told the court what he wants to plead to and them go with it.
That's how I see it.
Yeah.
That's how I see it. And if that is the case and I saw Jamaica run, I kind of have to renege my thoughts of going home right now.
That not stop me from going though, man. I still all go home, see him. Yeah, man, all kind of thing always happen in the yard. That not stop from reach our place same way. We just know what is happening. We're not one of the Jamaicans who la-di-da-di about the place and go on like we don't know. We know we're going, but we're still there with place regardless.
Me have to get one of them uptown links before I go home.
Yeah. That we are working on that, bro. We are working on that.
We need to know who me for link. How much it cost and them thing that we need some preparation before we move.
Yeah. That. Same way.
Now hold it up still. I just that me the one call in, but.
Alright, my brother. Manners and respect, see?
Blessed morning. Make a look on the WhatsApp something there and see if we can figure it out. Let's not forget call straight.
All right, will do.
All right, blessed.
Blessed. I don't know, it's probably old, outdated, or full. Maybe I need to update it. Like I said, I was ending the video this morning by saying, remember when I told you all about the privilege in Jamaica for certain families? And I said, it's not a matter of can't beat them, join them. It's a matter of realization. Realizing as a Jamaican now that certain things that are never going to change. I saw the place run. That's how it's always run. And frankly speaking, if you are from a prominent family, or if you yourself is of any prominent links, you can pretty much beat all charges all the time. We never see none of them close family members, close friends, or they themselves end up behind bars doing time. It just don't happen. So obviously, that's where you need to be as well. I want to access some of that power there too. I do. I want to access some of that power, privilege, and protection too. Them PPP there. Power, privilege, and protection. I want to access some of that too. With that said though, I feel bad for Melissa's family. I feel bad for Melissa. I feel bad for her children. No justice was served. And to the DPP, shame on y'all. Absolutely shame on y'all. We're going to leave it right here this morning. Manners and respect to each and every one of you tuning in. I appreciate you greatly. Thank you for being here. My grandmother, Miss Ruby, right there, so she said, be good. If you can't be good, be careful, but it's best to be good. My grandfather, Mas Cleve, right next door. Mas Cleve said, I will see you tomorrow, if God spare life. Knowing that we're not God, we can't take tomorrow and give it to anybody. Only God can. You can only hope and pray that you're in the graces of the Most High, Almighty God, and you will be blessed with tomorrow. So if tomorrow comes and you are blessed with tomorrow, then I'll see you then. If I too am blessed with tomorrow. That's something my grandfather always saying. I will see you tomorrow if God spare life. Always. Never thought that I'll be saying it every day, but I do say it every day now in his memory. All right. Walk good. I'm out. Peace.